Good morning, everybody. I'm going to call this meeting to order. We've got quorum. I'm going to call a meeting to order. I want to welcome everybody to meeting 10 of the Government Management Committee. For those in the room with us, there's a screen in the back corner that has a meeting update on it, on what item we're discussing, what's been passed, held, or amended. And for those of you at home, you can follow the agenda and debate on your computer, tablet, or smartphone at www.toronto.ca/council. Thanks, Carol. Are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? Seeing none, I need a motion and confirm the minutes of our meeting of January 4th, 2016. Councillor Grimes moving the minutes. All in favor? Carried. Your speakers and presentations are on the green sheet in front of you. For those of you in the public, there's a list over on each side of the green sheets as well, so you know what order it's in. We're just going to go through the agenda here. So our first item is not until 9:45. It's apportionment property taxes for the February 22nd, 2016 hearing. So I will hold that for now. Number 2, cancellation, reduction, and refund of property taxes is also at 9:45. So I will hold that. Our third item is a presentation at 10 o'clock, coordination and demonstration of service improvements by 311 and Toronto Hydro. Our fourth item, we have some speakers on that, open data in the city, so I will hold that. Number 5 is personalized.toronto web address. We have one speaker. GM number 6, update on OMERS as it relates to the employee contribution, city employer contributions.
I'll move receipt.
I've got a couple of motions. I'm going to hold that.
Okay.
Number 7, request to amend PO 6041950 with Calian Limited for the cross-application timesheet, CATS, and time attendance scheduling system project. And I'm gonna, nobody wants to hold that, I'm holding that. Number 8, amendment to contract number 47019407 for insurance adjusting services.
I'd like to hold that.
Councillor Davis is holding that. Number 9, acquisition of 838 Broadview Avenue, which was deferred from last month's meeting.
Mr. Chairman, as a courtesy to my friend Councillor Bregadakis beside me, I have a technical amendment from staff that they've asked me to move. It's just revising Appendix A attached to the report February 5th from the President of Toronto Parking Authority. And then Mary's asked to move the supplementary report, plus that City Council requests upon completion of the acquisition transaction, the President of the Toronto Parking Authority close the zoning bylaw amendment application for 838 Broadview Avenue on file with the City Planning Division. So with those two amendments, I'd be happy to move them on behalf of my...
Does anybody have questions of staff? Sorry, I'm going to hold it. I have questions of staff. Okay. I'm going to hold it. I have questions of staff.
No, we're moving, it's in your GM 10.9A is a supplementary report, and also staff's asked me to move a technical amendment. It's, I have it here from the original piece.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm holding it.
Here.
Okay. Number 10, the lease agreement, Toronto Sailing and Canoe Club and Argonaut Rowing Club. I have an amendment I'm going to move on behalf of Councillor Perks. The amendment's basically asking, she's trying to put it up. So I'm making an amendment at the end, which is basically asking to ensure the local councillors involved in the consultations. All in favor? Carried. Item is amended. All in favor? Carried. Thank you, Councillor Perks. Number 11, extended authority for preparation of goods and service and/or service contracts by the Chief Corporate Officer organization. Councillor Grimes is moving. All in favor? Carried. Number 12, below market rent lease with the Jean Tweed Treatment Center at 3131 Lakeshore Boulevard West. Moved by Counselor Grimes, all in favor? Carried. Number 13, below market rent renewal lease agreement with Children's Peace Theatre at 305 Dawes Road.
I'd like to hold that, Mr. Chair, and make sure that we have staff from Culture here. I have an intention to move a motion, but I have some questions I need addressed.
Okay, so we'll hold that under Counselor Davis's name. GM 10.14, amendment to Magic Maintenance Incorporated Contract Number 470-15192 for the provision of custodial services. Counselor Nunziata is moving the recommendations. All in favor? Carried. Number 15, extension to contract number 406-723-470-16706, 470-19510, and 470-16724 for the supply, delivery, and installation services for various office furniture. Councillor Grimes, all in favor? Carried. Number 16, amendment to the Interfleet Incorporated Automatic Vehicle Location Contract Number 470-15982. Sorry? Okay, sorry. Councillor Grimes are moving number 16. All in favor? Carried. Councillor Davis, you wanted to go back
I'm
to?
sorry, I missed an item, which was 10.11, extending the authority for preparation of goods and service contracts by the CCOO. I'd like to hold that.
Okay.
I've moved to reopen, and
Yep, so we need a motion to reopen number 11 for Councillor Davis. All in favor? Opposed? Okay, so number 11 is being held by Councillor Davis. Number 17, there's that deputation. Number 18, expropriation a portion of 3038 to 3040 Danforth Avenue for laneway purposes.
I'll move
I'd like to
adoption.
hold that, I'd like to hold that, please.
Councillor Nunziata is holding. Number 19, expropriation of a storm sewer easement at 34 Plimbridge Crescent in Ward 25. Councillor Grimes is moving. All in favor? Carried. Number 20, 2015 final report on property sales and acquisitions. Councillor Nunziata is moving the recommendations. All in favor? Carried. Number 21. Sorry. Number 1 got cut off. What's 21? Sorry, referring to the binder. Number 21 is the use of the Province of Ontario's volume license agreement for procurement of Adobe licenses. You want to hold that, Councillor McConnell? No? Okay. Councillor McConnell is moving the recommendations. All in favor? Carried. Number 22, media scrums at city council meetings. There's a deputation on that. Okay. Number 23, Microsoft Windows 10 on City of Toronto devices. Councillor Grimes is moving. All in favor? Carried. Sorry, there's a speaker? Really? Okay. Sorry, there's a speaker on number 23. Number 24, Microsoft software licensing and restrictions. Councillor Grimes is moving number 24. All in favor? Yes. We were in the middle of voting on it. You want to hold that? Okay. Okay. So we are at, going back to the beginning, item number 1. So we're on number 1, apportionment of property taxes. Is there anybody here that would like to speak to this item? No? Okay. Okay, so we have the recommendations before us on number 1. Would anybody like to move them? Councillor Grimes is moving them. All in favor? Carried. And our next item is number 2, cancellation, reduction, and refund of property taxes. Anybody here that would like to speak to this item? Okay, so there is an amendment on the screen. Government Management Committee approved the individual tax appeal application made pursuant to Section 323 of the City of Toronto Act 2006 as provided in the detailed hearing report marked as Appendix A to the report February 3rd, 2016 from the Treasurer excluding the following application. Appeal number 2014-00352 in Ward 11. The address is 80 Humber Boulevard. Okay, well, we're on this item right now. If you want to ask.
I can have the staff comment on that, you know. It's my ward.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair.
please.
Is the question, why is this item being adjourned at this time?
Yes.
When this information is put forward, if the applicant or the city or MPAC requires further information to support the tax cancellation, so in this case, MPAC has asked for additional information to ascertain exactly what tax cancellation. So we'll simply adjourn this now, ascertain with MPAC with further information from the property owner, and then it'll come back here in future.
So the property owner has not submitted in all the information, is that right, to MPAC?
Their original application excluded information, or MPAC has asked for additional information in order to evaluate whether they're entitled to a reduction of taxes here.
Oh, okay.
And so we'll simply take that back to MPAC. They'll provide the information. It will come back here to a future meeting.
Okay, thank you. Thanks.
Okay. Any other questions on the motion? Councillor Nunziata, did you want to speak to it? No? Okay. So all, yep, all in favor of the motion? Carried?
And item is amended.
Sorry, Ann, sorry. Thank you. And the item is amended. All in favor? Carried? Okay. What can we do for 10 minutes? You want to, number 8? What do you want to start on?
That will take,
That one's going to take a while.
we don't have the listings ready on those two,
Give one dab.
so you could go. It's number
6.
7.
Sorry, folks, just a moment. I can move. I have my motions on 6. I can just move them. Oh, okay. Sorry, we're just finding something to do.
You held 7
7? Okay.
on the tax project. It's time for
3 is time for 10 o'clock. I can start with number 7. Unless, sure. Okay. Yep. Okay, so we're going to start with number 7. Does anybody have questions of staff on number 7? We're going to start with number 7. Request to amend purchase order number 604-1950 with Killian Limited for the cross-application time sheet system and time attendance and scheduling system. I held that. Does anybody have any questions of staff? Okay. Number 7, timesheet management system. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Do you have any questions, Councillor Davis, before I start? Okay, so I have some questions to staff. I'm basically trying to understand, so this went out for an RFP, which was approved by the bid committee. It was sent up by the bid committee and won. It hasn't been implemented yet, and now we're asking for an increase of $1 million. So I don't understand, and one of the, in the bid report, or one of the reports I read, there was a clause that says one of the reasons we were doing this was staff, where was it? Staff do not possess adequate knowledge of CATs to develop complete financial specifications, and this can be done more efficiently by the contractor. So I'm trying to understand if we send an RFP out and now we're looking at increasing it by $1 million, why this wasn't understood that staff didn't have this capacity or ability before we sent out the RFP.
Through the chair, I can answer this to some degree. I may need INT to help, to assist with it. This is a new system that we're doing. We had scoped the RFP to include staff doing a number of things, which was within our budget. We have determined that with Calian on board, that they actually can do things on a more efficient basis than we can. And therefore, we're increasing their contract and decreasing our portion of the project.
Okay, so, but this contract went out to bid, so you're asking me, or the committee's being asked to increase this by $1 million. So how do we know that one of the other companies that lost the bid, and I don't know how much this company won this bid by, but you're asking for $1 million increase, how do we know that one of those companies didn't have the capacity to do that work cheaper?
Because their bid was the cheapest and because we're getting a good hourly rate on this, I mean, there are certain efficiencies of scale that we should see.
Right, but you're asking, once again, you're asking for an increase of $1 million. I don't know what the difference in bids were when this went to bid committee, and I don't know if the other companies that lost it, it could have been less than $1 million, had the ability to do this work just as well as this company did, and for a cheaper bid. That's my difficulty.
And we will look up the difference, but I know that it was substantial.
But I don't know that.
Yes, I understand.
Okay. So I'm going to hold it down. Okay. Do you want to go with number 8? So we're holding number 7 down. Amendment to number 8 is amendment to contract number 470-19407 for insurance adjusting services. Councillor Davis, do you have questions of staff?
I do. So this is now the third company, or else the third name for the same company. It was before Granite, it was something else, and then it was Granite, and now this is, Granite has been bought out by Claims Pro?
Yeah,
Who's answering?
through you, yes, that's correct. There's been a lot of rationalization and merging in the industry over the last 10, 20 years, actually.
So one of the things that was interesting, I understand that the claims experience in this period was high, and so just to confirm, that's the reason for this adjustment?
That's correct. So this, the two key
Big
things
storms.
were the flood in 2013 and the ice storm, which saw our claims go, you know,
What
increase
happens in the years
significantly.
where the claims are lower than expected? Do they give us a break?
No.
Through you, Mr. Chair, this is a fee-based service that the city, uses here. So if we don't have claims, we don't pay fees.
Okay. So the answer is yes, it goes down too. The other question I have is about litigation. So how is this contract structured then? Because I don't really understand. You're saying we pay by claim? regardless of how long that claim takes to settle or how long that claim takes if it's litigated? How does that, how do we pay?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the structure is that claims that can be disposed of quickly within 90 days are based on a flat fee. The city pays a flat fee for the adjustment of that file. If the file becomes a litigated matter, then it would leave the flat rate area and move into a time and expense. So we're only paying a fee for the amount of time that an adjuster is required to handle the file, and we would have a corresponding defense lawyer assigned to it as well. So it's not handled on a daily basis, it's handled on a periodic basis depending on the litigation path that it's taking.
So would they benefit from having more litigation? Do they end up benefiting from unsettled claims? In terms of, in terms of their
Maybe I'll start.
fees?
So through you, the longer it takes to settle a claim, obviously it would cost more in terms of internal staff, adjusting fees, if there's more adjusting work to be done, and legal fees.
And who decides which ones get settled and which ones get litigated?
We have a council-authorized claims review group that meets monthly, and it's staffed by, with the legal services and corporate finance staff.
Okay, so it's entirely in the city's hands? Okay. All right, thank you. I don't have any motions.
Councilor Nunziata, you have questions?
Yeah, just a question on that. So we know what the total claims are. The total claims, is that actual money that we paid out, or these are just claims and not paid out? Like, but what is the total amount that we actually pay out?
Through you, Mr. Chair, this report is about service fees. It's not about payments to claimants. It's only about the fees that the city's paying expert service providers to handle the file. It's not about monies that are given to, for damages to claimants.
And so what is that amount for damages?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So on average, we have roughly 5,000 or so claims that are settled in a given year. The amount over time varies, but roughly the entire insurance cost, including the amounts that are provided for settlement purposes, roughly translate into a $30 million amount.
Okay.
Sorry, Councilor Davis, you have a supplementary?
So as I recall, Granite Solutions, we had a lot of trouble with this contractor, and in fact, there was a public report. There was a public report from the Ombudsman, and I understand there were a number of issues that needed to be addressed. Have they been addressed?
I'll just start. So through you, if you're referring to the Ombudsman's report, we have implemented all the improvements and the recommendations from that report, and Jeff and I can talk a bit more about the specifics.
And particularly the customer satisfaction elements of it? Or
Yeah, through you,
customer-
Mr. Chair, we've, as you recall, we had an RFP for adjusting services on the street in 2011, just prior to the release of the Ombudsman review. We went out again, and we included in the second RFP all the recommendations from the Ombudsman. So everything that was recommended on the handling of those files was included in the contract, and we have a series of key performance indicator metrics that are in the contracts with respect to timeliness of handling the file and the way that we deal with contractors as well on these claim files. And we're monitoring the performance of the adjusting service to be held to those standards.
And one of them was customer service and the failure to treat our residents, I think, fairly. But, so you're monitoring, what have you found so far? Where are they on their KPIs?
There, you know, I think it depends on the volumes. Generally speaking, where we have, you know, regular volumes that are coming in, they are meeting those standards, and you know, we're dealing with claims within the 90-day timeframe. Of course, as volumes increase, we, you know, we need a bit more time to deal with those files. But yes, generally, for the most part, those standards are being met, and yeah.
So if we have KPIs, maybe, Mr. CFO, related to contractors, would it not be a good practice to bring forward something in a report that's recommending a renewal when there have been questions about their performance?
So I'm not, through, Mr.
This
Speaker.
is a...
I'm not quite sure I
This
understand.
is it. Why would we not have had some analysis of the performance of this company as part of this report when we knew that there have been issues in the past?
Sorry, Councillor, just for clarification, this isn't a renewal of their contract? They want an increase in the
Extension.
contract? No, they want an increase.
It's 18 months
No.
and more.
So through you, so when we do any contract, we have an estimated value of the contract based on volume. The volumes, though, that we had estimated for this contract, we could not have foreseen the 2013 flood, the 2014, or
Okay.
year-end 14, 13 going into 14 ice storm. So the amount of claims are much higher. They were in those years 12,000 instead of
So does
5
the
or 6.
contract provide for this kind of surge in volumes?
So the contract, as Jeff said, is basically a time and material contract. And we estimate the amount of claims that we would have. 13 and 14 were very bad years because of the flood and the ice storm, so the volume of claims increased unexpectedly. So the amount that we will pay under the contract is higher than the total requisition price that we had first estimated. And hence, we are here to increase that dollar threshold.
And based on this experience, would you or could you structure a contract any differently to avoid this kind of thing?
No, I mean, this is very fairly typical and standard for the insurance industry.
But finally, just to my last question, when we are monitoring a contract and we're about to increase it by $1 million, the performance of this contractor, should it not be addressed in a report? That we,
Through you, Mr. Chair, we can certainly bring forward a report showing our KPIs and the performance of the contractor. We can do that.
maybe you should do that in a supplementary to council.
If I could just supplement the CFO's comments. This contract is set to expire March 31st of 2017, and in the second quarter of this year, we're embarking on an RFP for a 5-year contract. So at that time, we'll be engaging the industry in assessing the appropriate KPIs as well as reporting out on that.
But this is going to council, correct?
Yes.
I'm just asking if you could provide a supplementary report to council on it.
Can we do that?
Through the chair, sorry, this report would stop here at GMC
In our spending authority?
because it's within the delegated authority and the financial control bylaw to approve the amendment here.
Okay.
Sorry, if it helps, I can commit that for the next GMC, we can bring a report on the KPIs, if you would like.
Other questions? Councillor Nunziata, you're done. Councillor McConnell, did you have any? Councillor Grimes? Questions? No? Okay. So I need some clarification. There's been some discussion about, increasing the overall contract. My understanding, when the Ombudsman reviewed this company's work in 2011, there was some discussion around a flat fee that the city pays per claim. So I'm trying to understand the difference. Why they're asking to increase the contract by $4 million, but there's a flat fee paid to them per claim. Has that changed since 2011?
So through you, Mr. Speaker, no, that has not changed. So if you look at the table at the bottom of page 2, this basically sets it out. You know, when we did the RFP, we were looking at about 5,700 claims per year. But if you look in the 4-year period since, we've actually had more claims in the 4-year period than the previous 5-year period, a 28% increase. And then we're averaging close to 7,300 claims. Why? Because we had that major flood in July of 13 and then the
I
ice storm
understand
at
that.
the
I'm
end.
asking the fees.
So the fees stay the same. It's a flat fee for claims closed in 90 days. It's a time and material, basically, fee structure for claims that exceed the 90 days that are more complex. So the fee structure has stayed the same. The reason why we're asking for this increase is because the volume has increased. The fee structure is the same.
Right. And how, so when I look at the chart at the page, bottom of page 2, claim total, how many of those claims were settled?
On average, we're settling 5,000 per year.
Sorry?
On average, on an annual basis, we're settling 5,000 claims.
So in 2013, so this is lumped together in 3 years, 30,000 claims. So they're settling half their claims every year then?
We get about 5,000 to 6,000 claims in a normal year.
Sorry, Rob. So Mr. Rossini, so
We're settling about that
4
many.
years, 4 years, 30,000 claims in 4 years.
So we get in about 5,000 or 6,000 a year. We settle about 5,000 or 6,000 a year. We had the 2 years where there was a big bump up. We can get you the exact data in terms of per year and how many on the ice storm we've settled and on the flood we've settled. And I believe we did a report on that, I believe, when we were reporting back on that. But we can get you that information
Right.
and on an annual basis and break it down. Yeah, we did.
Right,
I remember
so-
on the ice storm, we did report on that. I just don't have the
Sorry, I'm
numbers on the
asking
top of my head.
So in 4 years, the first 4 years, there was 5,664 claims a year. And then the next 4 years until 2015, there were 7,271 claims. Okay, and so they want an increase in $4 million. And how long in one form or another, how long have we been dealing with this company? The city, I thought I read somewhere 1998? Right. So, and then in 2014, they were bought out by another company, so they're much larger now? Right, so after, dealing with them for close to 20 years, I'm kind of surprised in the insurance industry that they would be coming to the table asking for $4 million. I'm also surprised that, if my auto insurance, for example, if the auto sector all of a sudden had a rash of increase in car accidents, my insurance company's not going to come back to me and say, you know what, there's been an increase in auto accidents this year, so we need more money from you.
So maybe I'll start through
Sure.
you. This is not insurance. This is a fee for service based on volumes. We had an estimated amount of volumes.
Right.
When we estimated it at the time, we could not have foreseen the major flood, and we could not have foreseen the ice storm. That is two main factors why the volume has increased. In a contract that's structured, price times volume, the cost of that contract will increase. When we establish these contracts, we have an estimated spending for the life of that contract. For this particular contract, it is now exceeded because the volume has exceeded.
Right. So what I was trying to say is I don't understand, so they bid on a contract, they're in the insurance business, they bid on a contract, why the onus is on us as a city to set the targets so that they bid on a contract?
So we establish the RFP, we set an expected number of volume that would happen. to give the bidders a sense of what the volume is, because higher volumes, lower volumes, there'd be a different price structure. We estimate them based on experience. In this particular case, 2 major events happened that we could not have foreseen, and that has driven volumes up higher. I'm not sure I can make myself more clear
If
than
those
that.
2 events hadn't happened, would we be paying more or less to them?
Probably about the same, because if I recall, the ice storm itself and the flood, there were several thousand claims just for those. So to answer it another way, in the absence of those 2 events, we would have been in and around that 5,700 claims per year, and we would have been basically on target if it wasn't for those 2 events.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Does anybody want to speak to this? Nobody wants to speak to it? Well, if nobody else is going to speak to it, I get to speak last usually, but
I will support the recommendations that are here. I'll say reluctantly, you know, when we quibble, fight, whatever, advocate over small amounts in the budget and the budget that has just gone past, and you see in the blink of an eye 4 million for, yeah, half a million.
You got it.
It's a lot of money. And I suppose, though, now with better understanding that it's as a result of the volume of claims and it's a service contract, it's almost like a blanket contract and we're exceeding the blanket. And so I kind of understand that concept, which I think this is. But my antenna are certainly up around this company. And I would hope that wherever we have KPIs and performance measures or standards for a contractor, that it ought to be included in the report again. But I understand we will see that at the next report. Thank you.
okay. Sorry, anybody else? No? Okay. So I'm going to move receipt of this report for information. You know, as Councillor Davis just said, you know, we quibble. We just spent a long budget process and we quibble over $500,000. And I look at $4 million. This company's been dealing with the City of Toronto since 1998 in the insurance business. I was very surprised when I first read this report that they wanted an increase in $4 million. I read with great interest the Ombudsman's report on this company in 2011. And I read it with great interest because one of the biggest concerns or complaints that I get from my office is when somebody slips on a sidewalk or there's basement flooding or the tree falls in their backyard and they file a claim against the city. It takes them forever to see their claim adjudicated. And that was illustrated in the Ombudsman's report in 2011. Now we have the same company 2 years later. They're talking about the number of claims they have and how long it takes them to do them, and that they're trying to get them done really quick. And I guess I have an issue in the insurance industry. Once again, if you're dealing, they must have that expertise. I find it kind of strange that the onus is on the city to set the benchmark on claims and how many that the insurance company can be expected to file. And then when it goes above that, they immediately come back and want the contract adjusted mid-contract. So I'm not willing to support that. Thank you. No. Right.
Well, I'll move the staff Mr. Chair? I'll move sorry, I should have moved the staff recommendations. They aren't before us.
Yeah, I thought
I move the staff recommendations.
Right, so my motion on receipt goes first. All in favor? Opposed? That loses. Staff recommendations, all in favor? Opposed? And that carries. Okay. Thank you. All right, so we're going back to item number 3, which is a presentation on the coordination and demonstration of surface improvements by 311 Toronto and Toronto Hydro. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for waiting. Who would like to go first?
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Chair and committee members. Thank you very much for Good morning. Thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to come and speak to you this morning on our 311 Toronto Hydro out of
Mr. Trell,
communications.
maybe everybody could just introduce themselves.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Chris Terrell. I'm the Vice President of Customer Care and Conservation Demand Management, as well as Corporate Communications and Municipal Relations.
Lauren Kirk, Manager of Customer Care.
Gary York, Director and Division Head of 311.
Thank you. So, again, thank you for allowing us a few minutes this morning to provide...
Sorry, excuse me, sorry, I think there was a question of,
Sorry, yes.
Yes, Toronto Hydro, sorry.
Yeah, there should be a handout that you're...
Okay, so it's not going to be projected, Gary?
We were trying, we'll try. If not, we'll work off the slides.
Okay. All right. So the respective teams between Toronto Hydro and 311 have been working under a memorandum of understanding that was developed approximately 18 months ago. And it outlined a great deal of progress or ideas to bridge the gap between, from a communications perspective, between Toronto Hydro and 311 as the central call centers. And so today we're going to, they've done a great deal of work in progressing a lot of the work in that memorandum of understanding. And essentially what this is an update on that, those projects and things that have been done to improve the customer experience and to streamline communications between 311 and Toronto Hydro during outages. And these are small to mid to up to large outages. So today, the management staff here are going to take you through some of that work. I'm just going to remind, and there's the PowerPoint sort of walks you through a couple of preamble slides. I'm going to just remind you that obviously, and this prior, your item just before this talking about the flood and the ice storm, both of those events were major to Toronto Hydro and in many, many years have not experienced that major type outage before. And so it did challenge communications, certainly because the day-to-day operations is normally blue sky, small outages, but these events were major and basically stressed all of the systems and technologies, both Toronto Hydro and 311. So what we've done is essentially put a whole host of projects together, processes, communication protocols, and what have you, to overcome those. That was followed by the ice storm, and ultimately everybody knows the outcome of that. There was another 300,000 customers out for a longer period of time, and certainly a lot of devastation. So I'm going to turn it over to the management staff that have led through a lot of the work that's been done, and I think you'll see that there's been some really good results year to date, and that this is a continuous improvement process, so we'll ultimately carry on with this work as well. Lori?
Yes, good morning. Just if you go to slide, they actually aren't numbered, is it 6? Slide 6. Just showing a typical day versus what we experienced during the peak of the ice storm. It shows how our communication channels were really strained during that time frame. And we know that customers of Toronto Hydro and the residents of the City of Toronto were not well served by some of those challenges. So since then, Gary and I have worked quite closely to come up with first ways to develop better communication channels initially for large-scale outages, but then more recently for smaller localized outages, actually down to a transformer level, which typically would supply maybe 10 to 20 homes or maybe one condo building. So if you flip to slide 7, this is just illustrating some of the improvement actions that we have. There we go, it's on the screen now. And I know that's a bit difficult to read, and this was included in the update to the MOU, but just to summarize, some of the things that have taken place since those events include a significant increase to the IVR capacity to alleviate the problem that we experience of customers not being able to access our IVR during those events. We've also created a website called outageto.com that is fully responsive, so it's available to customers to download to the home pages of smartphones and tablets, and provides a lot of emergency preparedness information. It provides what to do during an outage. During large-scale events, it's updated with any news releases. It has a live Twitter feed. It's available in 8 languages. So I think it's a significant improvement, especially for emergency preparedness information, to get customers to understand what they should do during an outage. We've also made improvements to the outage map itself, which went live last year. And this includes a more defined specific boundaries as opposed to the old map. It includes estimated time of restoration information when it's known, includes crew status, and also updates on what's happening with each event. We've also made improvements to our Report an Outage online tool. It used to be simply a form with a name, address, and where that you were experiencing an outage. Now it's got a lot of more troubleshooting information, including more accurate address capabilities, and it also provides a confirmation that the outage has been logged into our system. So those are some of the technology improvements that we've made, but there's been a lot of discussion and improvements on coordination of messaging between the 2 centers that maybe Gary can elaborate on.
I would basically say within the last 14 months, there's been a dedication towards accountability and communication. When we go through this particular presentation, especially in a couple more slides that we look through, you'll see that we're looking at data versus opinion. So we're looking at actual data and performance related to the initiatives that we put in place. So, for example, there's now a management framework between these 2 organizations where we meet every 4th Thursday of every month at 9 o'clock in the morning to discuss what we found. Another good thing, which I'll play a bit later too, is every time there's an outage that's identified via their IVR, we actually get notification as well at 311. And that notification allows us, even though it might be manual at this point in time, and we're looking at evolving that to be more proactive with our particular residents. Which also, once again, talks about communication and accountability. When you look at the IVR situation itself, we're looking at further integrations between Toronto Hydro and 311. So when they go through the IVR, they can actually go to Toronto Hydro directly. The other thing we're also looking at is just online enhancements. So we actually can now walk a resident through the online service request and generate them accordingly. So there's no one point of failure. They can come through 311 or Toronto Hydro. They can come through Twitter. They can come through the phone channels. But at the end of the day, we're not duplicating efforts. So we're making sure, for example, and we can look at the statistics, which we'll go through. When they go through, for example, 311, even though they could have gone through Toronto Hydro, we can actually see if the service requests were actually created in those areas. If they are, we won't duplicate that. So we also have to look at, if we look at the following page, for example, and there's a good flow there, I'll jump to slide number 9, and then Lori can go back to slide number 8. But if you look at slide number 9, there's a clear commitment or an illustration of commitment to service when you look at this overall performance. So if you look at the first tab, at the 301 service level during the event during the ice storm, the service level was pretty poor at 37.6. Through these improvements, as of 2014, that service level through incidents of storms or high power outages was 80.6. And to present, we're looking at 80% overall with these particular days. So our residents are actually experiencing what we've committed to do, which was make sure they have timely access to information and also articulating their response in a timely fashion. Now, when you look at the other caveats that are there, proactive communication in 311, there wasn't necessarily that in 2013. Now, 2014 and 16, there's definitely that proactive communication. The process for frequent and call routines to the counselors, that didn't exist in 2013. Now, there's a process in place in 2014, 15, and 16 to make sure that's addressed. Now, in terms of reporting and access to reporting, we can get to the final page, but if you look at that final page, by ward, it's now broken down in terms of activities. So that's more communication that we have at our fingertips to try and articulate the experience and the impact to our residents. So if we go back to page number 8.
Page number 8 just illustrates, first of all, how we get advised about outages. They can come typically through two channels. One is our Toronto Hydro Control Center through our automated systems, and secondly, from customers. And now with these improvements, when they're reported through those two channels, they can either be reported through 311 or Toronto Hydro, but the messaging back to customers comes from the same place. So there's a consistency of messaging now between 311 and Toronto Hydro for large and smaller scale outages. And, you know, some of the tools are highlighted there on the right, including the IVR, which Gary mentioned. When our IVR is updated with outage information, it is automatically transmitted to 311 so that the agents there will have it available to them if a customer contacts them. The outage map is available, the report an outage online, and the outage TO site for any kind of preparedness or questions that may arise.
If we go to page, sorry, if we go to the slide number 10, that quickly illustrates the flow of when a call comes in, depending on the severity of that call. So if it's a electrical emergency, which is like a 911 situation, there's a direct transfer to Toronto Hydro. Otherwise, now 311 has the ability to look at the reviews, make sure there's no duplication, and if there's no duplication, then they can actually create that service request on the resident's behalf. So we have efficiencies on either channel that you use. If you look at the following slide, on slide number 11, that's when we talk about data, and we talk about the overall experience. So during the last 90 days, we had 5,400 activities or instances which required questions around Toronto Hydro. That represents about 2% of the overall load. And even with that load of 2%, if you look at the trends, they're much more complex calls. Our average call takes about 4 minutes per call. Now it takes about 6 minutes and 34 seconds. So there is a greater dedication to provide clarity to our residents, because we'd rather put that effort up front and make sure that they're actually comfortable with the messaging that they receive. And then we make sure that we track that accordingly down the road. At the end of the day, we talked about data. So on page 12, we look at the service requests from January onwards. You look at streetlights, power outages, and graffiti. And even though the majority of the calls are related to power outages, but because of the relationship and the management of data between 311 and Toronto Hydro, there's less duplication. So we only create them when they're truly required. Furthermore, when they're actually created, they're created properly. We do the proper triage and ask the questions up front to make sure that service request makes sense on both organizations. Everyone's aware that we've had some sensitivities around streetlights. We're making sure that there's a process in place that documents and articulates that particular avenue. If you want to listen to an example of a communication that we get every hour, basically, from Toronto Hydro, that's polled, I'll play you some feedback that we received from Toronto Hydro that I receive on an hourly basis, including 311 and all of our staff.
Thank you for calling Toronto Hydro's outage line on Tuesday, February 16th. It is now 11 a.m. We are currently experiencing an outage on Gulliver Road. Estimated restore time will be approximately 1 p.m. this afternoon. If you're calling to report a power outage not listed, please stay on the line and speak with the dispatcher. Thank you.
And the reason why we show that is that's our staff that's responsible for managing that. So we're all on the same page. We make sure that we all are communicating the same message, and we articulate when we're doing that. So there's a commitment to make sure that that service and accountability is there to our residents and also to our partners as well. So it's not just, rhetoric at this point in time. These are concrete initiatives that we've taken in place, and we'll continue to do that, that shows a commitment to providing accountability to the businesses that we were responsible for and the residents that we serve in a day-to-day perspective.
The outage communication slide, what slide is, mine doesn't have one.
Sorry.
Now, unfortunately, we had planned this as a slideshow, so these would have come up individually. But that's just a screenshot of some of the tools that we talked about. The one at the front is the outage map, showing the improvements of, the improvements regarding estimated time of restoration, the status, whether the crew is on site, the number of customers affected, and this is refreshed every 15 minutes. If there's new information to communicate, it's updated on the map. The one in the middle there, the report and outage, that's just a screenshot of the front-end report and outage tool. What's included now is a lot more troubleshooting. What we found is sometimes, actually fairly frequently, it's an internal customer problem, and if a customer resets their breaker, their power comes back on. The old tool didn't have that capability, so now during the series of questions that the tool asks, it asks the customer, have they checked that? And what we have found is there's been a lot of customers that get to that screen and don't continue to complete the report because it fixed their problem. So I think that's a real enhancement over the previous tool, and it's also responsive to phones and tablet devices. And then the one in the background is the OutageTO.com tool that provides all that other kind of education and information that may be important to customers, and also during large-scale events is updated regularly with any kind of news releases. It's got the live Twitter feed, so it's, and the fact that it's available in multi-languages to support the residents of the city. I think that is the end. Any questions? Sorry.
Counselor,
So I'm still struggling a bit. Thank you very much. It looks like Hydro has done some significant improvements, undertaken some significant improvements in its online information. I presume if the power goes out, you have a way to secure your website so you don't lose power to your system that provides all this information.
Yes.
Okay. I just remember when the emergency center lost all its power and you had to move somewhere else in the middle of the, I hope you fixed that. Has that been fixed?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, we have backups, and we switch immediately over to backup stations.
Okay. What I'm still struggling a bit to understand is the role of 311. So it sounds like this is, you said you're still using a manual, use the word manual, process. So it means that you're not linked. Are you using the Hydro new enhanced information systems provide verbal updates to people who phone? Is that basically what's happening?
Through the chair, yes, that's exactly what happens. So we have access through the back end to that system, but we're not integrated at this point in time.
Right.
So if we do get a message, it's that type of message that you hear, and then we have to manually go through each message to decipher them and manage that accordingly. So it is a bit time intensive right now, but this is an ongoing continuous improvement. So we've started with this baseline with an understanding that we're going to get better.
So we're essentially doing in 311 what you want customers to do directly, but 311 will do it on their behalf.
Absolutely, it's
if
about
they
the
phone
value add.
311.
Yes.
Wow, that is intensive then. That's filling in 4 reports.
At this point in time, we've been staffed accordingly, and we have the appropriate data to make sure that that transaction is done in a relatively timely fashion. And we're actually, if you look at the nature of that transaction, when we first started, the call was about 7 minutes, 7 minutes and 10 seconds, let's say. Now we've gotten it down to 6 minutes and change, and we're getting better. So at the end of the
If we
day, it's also there's also a lot of triage that we want to make sure that we do, because in some cases, when we ask the right questions, it might be not necessarily a systemic outage, but it might be something pertaining to their home. So we want to make sure we ask the right questions so we're not wasting the resources accordingly. And in terms of why 311 versus Toronto Hydro, there's no wrong door. So in some cases, we've positioned it that, from the city's perspective, we do have the ability to service them if they come
So
through
I-
311.
I would not want the burden now to get shifted to 311.
No,
It's not.
no. So actually, we
Where
have the
if there
data.
is some huge event that now 311 is completely overburdened because they are performing these functions. Whoa, you're
It's a good
wild
song.
rock.
Black Sabbath?
I apologize, I'm sorry.
So through the chair,
Black Sabbath.
they're very popular. Actually, I heard in council they were very. Back to the question, though. We're not inundated. What happens in those major outages is we make sure that we have the appropriate messaging and scripting from Toronto Hydro. So we do the upfront messaging, so we manage the residents' expectation. So we make sure we manage the load, hopefully. But we can't necessarily tell a person not to call 311.
Is Hydro paying 311 for this enhanced service?
At this point in time, no, there's no cost. It's about the relationships and trying to make some efficiencies. So maybe there's an opportunity down the road, but at this point in time, we're
Boy,
just
oh
looking
boy,
at-
we charge interdivisional charges. We should have an interagency charge for this. I wouldn't
absolutely.
mind knowing how many hours of additional workload is being put onto 311 to navigate the enhanced information system for customers.
I'll take that offline for sure. Through the chair, I'll take that offline for sure.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I saw here, I can't remember slide, so it looks like people are signing up with Toronto Hydro now on social media, kind of be ahead of the curve, correct? Is that right?
Yes.
And I think I'm seeing now on my social media, you guys are kind of on the attack now. If there's a big event storm maybe coming on the right, you're kind of out there already kind of alerting people, correct?
Yes.
Great. One other thing I saw on page 12, on the far left of the column, Etobicoke Center, Etobicoke Lake Shore, the spikes seem to be very high out in Etobicoke. Can you maybe tell me why that would be?
This is January data. I don't have the visibility into this based
Well,
on.
it's probably a question for Toronto Hydro, but I may ask offline later, but it just seems to be,
What I can do is, we'll work together and we'll get that data for you.
I'll ask it offline, no problem.
No problem, no problem.
And Gary, so in your mind, the way I see things, there's been great work done here, and we're heading in the right direction?
I would definitely say that we are definitely heading in the right direction. I think that the customer experience has been a very positive one. And more importantly, we have facts that actually demonstrate that. So the trick now was to make sure that we continue monitoring that and demonstrating it to your folks as well. So one of the things that we're thinking of doing is maybe on a monthly basis, maybe providing this type of documentation to yourselves to see that what's happening in your wards and take the trends and nuances accordingly.
That's great. And I see on your timelines, you're confident you'll hit those timelines in the report on further work to be done?
We're definitely on track. The only one thing that's actually a bit behind, and that's because I'm trying to save money. In terms of the IVR work, we have some work that's being done within our contact center with a particular vendor that's doing all of that work from an upgrade perspective and stability. So we can pitch that work in as part of that particular project. So it's just about timing.
Great.
That's still in Q2 versus Q1, but that's well underway.
Great work. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Grimes. I saw Councillor Nunziata and then Councillor McConnell.
I'm glad you're trying to save money.
Uh-oh.
On page 11, just a question. On the right-hand side, during past 90 days, 5,420 inquiries related to hydro handled by 311. So can you tell me from 311 exactly how have you handled these inquiries and what does it consist of?
So it consists of three major components. Through the chair, it consists of three major components. One is street light activities and outages. One are related to power outages, and some are related to graffiti. So what basically happens is when you look at the breakdown, even though the majority of the calls are related to power outages, but based upon the communication through the IVRs, we know that's already in the system. So we don't create service requests on that, even though we have to manage that call. So we're able to speak to that particular individual and provide them updates as to what's happening in their particular territory. So from that perspective, we're actually much more educated on what's going on. And if there's a down line, which is also one of the fourth caveat. We go directly to Toronto Hydro because of the safety issues associated with that.
So you just update the caller on the outages? You don't do any paperwork or
We do.
anything like that? What paperwork?
We actually create service requests on their behalf on the online tool. So what we're showing is, for example, under the power outages, we've actually generated a percentage of service requests associated with that. So just because you call in, doesn't mean we're going to generate it. We're going to qualify it, triage it appropriately, and then create that service request if we deem that's appropriate.
No, well, I mean, Councillor Davis is saying Hydro should pay us for that, but, well, actually, there should be some sort of partnership, and if there is, there should be some cost, from 311 and Toronto Hydro. If in fact we're handling all these calls for Toronto Hydro and giving them the information and making up the service request. So maybe there's at one point that there could be a partnership there we can look at.
Yeah, I can speak to that through the chair. We'd be open to, if the volumes got to the point where there would be significant cost, burden to the city on 311, certainly we wouldn't want that service to be as a free service. Where the initial scope of this was to improve the customer experience during outage issues. And so I think you'll see, and I think you agree that we've satisfied that. But, this is a continuous improvement, and certainly if people choose the 311 channel versus a Toronto Hydro channel to get into this process, and we require you to do more, there is volume, and certainly we would entertain that.
I do know in the past couple months that I'm personally getting on my personal email from Hydro, giving me the list of all the outages and when they're, how long, and, continuing advising me on what's happening, even though it's not my area, I'm getting those emails. So that is a plus. That is something that we didn't receive previously.
That's great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor McConnell, you have questions?
Questions, thank you. Since we were on that chart, I didn't really understand the chart because there's a number of wards that are not listed on that chart. So, sorry, on page 12, and I wondered if that was because they hadn't had any reporting, and that surprised me because, so in Scarborough Southwest, you've divided the two wards, 36 and 35. In Toronto Centre, by the way, not Toronto, it's just Toronto Centre, is 27 but not 28. And then you have 19 but not 20. So I just wasn't sure, have you amalgamated those or they're just not being reported? And there's a reason I was asking the question, actually.
Sorry, through the chair, one of the things that are here, this isn't a clear reflection of the activity in the wards. It's just a reflection of if we had to, after the fact, create a service request based upon someone calling into 301 after the fact.
Yes, okay.
So there'll be a definite discrepancy between the reality of what's happening in that ward versus the number of service requests that are generated from 311, because there should only be a small percentage of the service requests that are actually generated through our particular channel.
Right. So in Etobicoke Centre and in Etobicoke, in both Etobicoke Centre wards and in Lakeshore, you've had to, if I interpret this correctly, you've had to do a lot of service requests through 311, is that right?
Through the chair, correctly.
And then in Toronto Centre, you've done very few. But what I don't see is, does that mean you haven't done any in Ward 28 in Toronto Centre?
Through the chair, so what I do recommend is we take this offline,
Yeah.
and then we add the Toronto Hydro component onto it.
Here's the reason I wanted to ask the question. And it doesn't surprise me, we're pretty good in my ward because we're so connected to the central core, to the hospitals, and to the headquarters for police. So quite often ours are kind of stabilized fairly quickly. We do have St. Jamestown, which never, if it goes down, it's a big disaster. But the reason I wanted to ask was, the streetlight outage is a different question. So not in terms of the power outage, but the street light outage. And I wondered what the response was. So I didn't see anything on there. And I do know that there is a great deal of angst around how long it takes to get the streetlights back on. So that's really what my question is. Is there a service customer timing on that? And are we collecting all of those data, or is something going askew in terms of it getting directly there?
Yes,
Thanks,
through the
Chris.
Chair, thank you for that question. That is very relevant to this report, albeit we have a separate report that tracks streetlight outage issues by ward, and all of those issues become, there's a service level agreement between each ward councillor that ultimately we acknowledge within 24 hours. We try to resolve within the 30-day period. Streetlights, unfortunately, are a challenge because we have to rely on a number of external vendors like Bell and Rogers and others. When they get carried, they take much longer. But we're implementing continuous improvement on street lighting as well. So, and they're tracked through the Office of the President. And you do get a report on a monthly basis. Is it quarterly or monthly? Quarterly basis on the activities around street lighting along with other activities.
Okay, so I'd actually, at some point, like some further information on that, because I know that in the downtown core that I represent, we're having a great deal of trouble. I think we're getting some MOUs in place. Regent Park has had some of their standards have been out for as long as 2 years. And part of it is sort of, we have to work through the fact that some neighborhoods have very specific, different type of lighting, and particularly in that downtown core, where pedestrian lighting is terribly important. So if we could, I'd just say, if we could continue to try and resolve those very quickly, that would be very helpful, I think.
And we'd be happy to take that offline and set up a special meeting to go
Yeah,
through those
that'd be
issues
great.
with you specifically. Thank
Okay,
you.
and then the last question is sort of, maybe it's not a very obvious question, but you keep talking about IVR. I didn't know what it meant.
Oh, I apologize. That's the interactive voice response. So when you call into a company and you press 1.
Oh, that's what it is. I call that Eloise, but that's all right. Sorry if there are any Eloises in, that's what I call her. Okay, so that sounds fine. And then the overall question, 311 is an in-house service. Is Hydro still a contracted out American firm, or are we?
We don't have a contracted, we have an outsourcer in Toronto. It's on Front Street. But that's basically a billing management call center agent service.
Okay.
The outage management is managed in-house.
Okay, thank you very much. Great.
Thank you. Any other questions? No? I just had a quick one about 311 and social media use. On your Twitter account, it says that for outages and issues, you should contact Toronto Hydro by phone. But then I've noticed that throughout the Twitter account, for example, there was one on 4 days ago, a gentleman said that this is my address, I have a street issue, I work from home, and I need power. The response was, hi there, crews are on site making repairs, no estimated time just yet. We'll provide an update as soon as one is available, and then one was never provided. And I find this common with Hydro Twitter.
Quite often they'll take the person offline and they will not respond to that directly through Twitter. They'll just, it's called DM them or direct message them. And typically that is the next step. So when we have people 24/7 monitoring social media, and that if we do receive those and we basically get alerts every time somebody says that, then basically we will take them offline and manage that issue. We don't necessarily send out a response closing that loop.
Okay, so this person would have been contacted directly.
That's correct.
Okay,
Typically they-
all right.
Okay.
Thank you, appreciate it. And sorry, Mr. York, I have my one and only question. I wanted to ask similar with Toronto 311 about people 311 responding back on a timeline for repairs. Does that go through? Is that being set up? Or like if I tweet in and say, or contact 311, say, there's a pothole down the street. For example, I have a location in my ward where a cone went up, and the cone's over on the side of the road now, and the pothole's still there.
Through yourself. We definitely respond, but in some cases, we try to call that particular resident back because of privacy-related issues. So we try not to manage the particulars over the Twitter, only because, one, security and privacy. So we definitely close the loop. In many cases, depending on the severity, you'll see us retweet saying, please call back, so we can actually reinitiate a service request associated with that.
Okay.
So we try very hard to, we'll initiate the request that way. We don't manage the request over that particular mechanism.
Okay, and then how is the loop closed overall?
phone.
Like, for a pothole, for example, somebody emails in, there's a pothole at this location, somebody comes out, you know, there's a response back saying this issue will be dealt with within 5 days.
Right.
Cone goes up on the pothole, and then how is that closed? Is it the onus on transportation to contact that person and say, you know, thanks for emailing in about the pothole, we went out, we fixed it, thanks for dealing with the City of Toronto? Is that done at all, or is that?
That's the end state that we're aiming to get to. So what we're trying to do with technology is try to alleviate some of those first call resolution items, which we can simplify through other means of technology, which allows our staff to close the loop with council and also with their residents around those particular incidents. So in the business plan, we're definitely scheduled to do that. Are we doing it consistently at this point in time? No, we're not. Will we be? Absolutely.
And do you have a goal for timeline for when that loop's going to be closed?
Some things are in my control, some things are not in my control. But I would say that yeah, I hear you.
Not referring to the city budget we did.
Well, we got through that, so that's a beautiful thing. The good thing at this point in time is by Q4, we'll be more consistently doing that. And based upon the implementation of that technology, which takes a bit more time, then I could be able to report on us being consistently doing that with due diligence.
Okay, all right, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Speakers? Just one other question. Council, just one?
Well, it is one. So,
With 5 subsets?
and Mr. Rossini reminded me that we asked 311, we want 311 to enhance its customer service in relation to hydro outages, but would you find a motion to request that Toronto Hydro and 311, I was going to say negotiate an agreement, maybe that's too strong, but undertake discussions to look at the recovery of incremental costs associated with exceptional power outages? Is that a reasonable thing?
I would think that's fine. I mean, we rely on services throughout the city. So if we're going to partner in that fashion, certainly if there was a high volume event and it was for an extended period of time, we could discuss, you know, a shared service or share a cost issue around that. That's fine.
Okay, thank you very much. I think I will move that then.
Okay. Thank you for the presentation. Much appreciated. Keep up the great work. Speakers? Working on a motion, Councillor Davis?
If I read it slowly, instead of that we request Toronto Hydro, staff from Toronto Hydro, and how about staff from Toronto Hydro and 311 to undertake discussions with the purpose to negotiate an agreement for the recovery of incremental costs associated with exceptional power outages. Does that make sense? Maybe we can come back to it. Mr. Chair, maybe we can just come back to it.
Yeah, just have
It's
it
just
drafted up
disappeared.
and then we'll come back to it.
Yeah. Other than that, I would say to Toronto Hydro, wherever you've gone. To Toronto Hydro. Yeah. I just want to say thank you for making these improvements. And I think it's very important that if and when hydro outages take place, that residents understand what's going on and that they get timely information. And it seems to me, based on what we saw today, that that's going to happen. So thank you very much. Thanks. And to 311 for your involvement, thank you. We are a team, but I hope we can talk about reasonable costs if 311 has to take up a greater amount of our time to deal with hydro issues. Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Davis, done? You done? Okay. Oh, okay. All right. Does anybody else want to speak on this? No, okay. So we're going to hold this item down while Councillor Davis... You know the gist? Okay. All in favor of Councillor Davis's motion? Opposed? Carried. Item is amended. All in favor? Sorry? All right. Next item. We're on number 4, open data in the city. There's a list of speakers on the green sheet. The first one is Mia Melito. Is Leah here? And just for all the deputants, if you haven't been here before, you sit at the table here. There's a microphone in front of you. Turn on the yellow button when it's lit up. Your speaker's on. You have up to 5 minutes to make a presentation. Each city councillor can ask you questions for up to 5 minutes. And then we bring this item, what we call it, into committee, where we can ask, councillors can ask questions of staff, and then we can speak and move motions after that. Good morning. You have 5 minutes whenever you're ready to start.
Good morning. I wasn't expecting 5 minutes, so I'll be quick. Good morning, Chair and members of the Government Management Committee. My name is Leah Melito, and I'm a researcher at U of T looking specifically at open data. I was really happy to hear this committee requested a report on open data because I think the initiative is at a crossroads in the city. As you know, open data has many benefits. Importantly, though, in order to achieve these benefits, the academic literature shows that it's important to think beyond just provision of data. We also need to think about how it's used. Right now, most Toronto divisions, with a few notable exceptions, appeal to the data publishing model, which emphasizes getting as much data out there as possible, with the hope that somebody who can make something of it finds it and does something with it. This is sort of, to my mind, like putting a message in a bottle and throwing it out to sea and hoping that it gets to the right person. This isn't really the best way to make use and to benefit from open data provision. Since there are already many groups in the city who have shown interest in open data, for example, educators using it in the classrooms, groups like Civic Tech TO, who I think you'll be hearing more from later, who are interested in finding technological solutions to urban problems, the city needs to do a much better job of collaborating with groups like these to put open data to good use. The mayor's commitment to doubling the number of data sets available is admirable, but I think it misses the mark. Instead of thinking about putting as much data out there as possible, we need to think about making sure that data sets are high quality, are relevant, and we need to be thinking about collaborating with the already interested community groups. And there are a couple ways I think we can get there. First, we need an evaluation metric that's about resident engagement and participation in the system, not about sheer numbers. This isn't to say that numbers aren't important, but it's not the holy grail for a project like this. Second, resident participation needs to be designed into the open data strategy in a more intentional way. Right now, the open data team does an incredible job of soliciting and integrating feedback, but their work is necessarily kind of ad hoc and limited by human resources. A more formalized route for resident participation could mean opening up membership in the open government or open data steering committees to community members. Or it could mean committing more central resources to the open data team to increase their ability to proactively build connections with community members. Mature open data and open government strategies are crucial in world-class 21st century cities, and I'm really excited that Council is considering this topic. Thanks for the opportunity to speak here today, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions of the deputant? Councillor Davis, sorry, did you have?
Can you just concisely say, what are you asking us for?
Sure. There are a few changes that I think could really make the open data strategy more mature in Toronto. One is the open data policy right now has language that's really about provision of data. It directs division heads to identify and release data sets, but it has no language around sort of what I call activating those data sets, about embedding that sort of work in community engagement events, about connecting with community groups that are working with data. So I think the language of the policy can be updated to reflect that. Another thing that I think is a great opportunity would be to change the way that we talk about the metrics here. So change the way that we talk about evaluating. Right now, all the language has been about just that, about publishing data. And I think that we need to direct the committees, the staff committees that are responsible to change that emphasis to also include thinking about community participation. So as I mentioned, there are opportunities, I think, to have community members, like the engaged people that you see here today, on staff committees that can help bridge that, make that connection. And I think that's a great opportunity. And of course, you know, everybody says more staff can improve work, and I recognize that there are resource limitations, but I think that this is a great opportunity, especially in the environment in Toronto, to leverage the engagement that I think you'll see here today by adding more central staff to the open data team.
Okay. Thank you.
Other questions? Seeing none. So I just had a quick one. In the report, there's a link to the recent rankings of the Canadian municipalities on open data. We're ranked second behind Edmonton. But even being ranked second, you think there's much more that we could do to leapfrog over Edmonton? So to speak.
Yeah, I think there are a few things I'd say to that. First, I think those rankings, the way that was devised, put a really heavy emphasis on number of data sets, and I'm not their methodology wasn't totally transparent, so I'm not exactly sure, but I think that where we did not score very high was this, exactly what I'm talking about, this engagement and participation aspect. So we can have a lot of links to data sets on the website, but if they're not actually practically usable and they're not getting to the people that can make use of them, and they're not kind of wrapped in a more highly participatory environment, then they're really just data sets sitting on the website and not going to the really stupendous amount of opportunity that's there. And I think that the conversation that we just heard is a great example of how all I could think of was how there would be community members chomping at the bit to tackle the problem that we just heard discussed by having access to open data. Thank you.
Coming in this morning.
Thanks.
Next, we have Mr. Richard Pietro. Oh, sorry, and Mr. Miroslav Glavich removed himself from the list. Morning, sir. You have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Government and open data. And I'm also the fellow who wrote and directed the world's first short film on open government and open data. And I'm here to sort of set the scene for today's deputations for the rest of my colleagues. Explain a few of the surface issues and principles before my colleagues go real deep dive on you. First, it's important to realize that open government and open data are two different things. Kind of like a car and a driver. In this analogy, open data represents the car. It's the technology. For example, what kind of engine does it have? What are its features? Is this a sedan or an SUV? Open government, on the other hand, well, that's the people. That's the driver. How fast are we going to drive the car? What direction are we going to drive the car? Are we going to maintain the car? So open data is the technology that will give us a more accountable, transparent, and engaging government. Open government is our willingness to use that technology and how we're going to use it. Here's another fun analogy I like to use. Open government and open data will allow people to do something they've never been able to do before: customize their government. Now, one of the biggest barriers to making open gov and open data a reality is something that we in the space call the clay layer. So at the top, you have the leadership that's pushing a bunch of great ideas down. At the bottom, you have the grassroots public servants that are pushing a bunch of great ideas up. But in the middle is this clay layer that stops the flow. Now, it's that kind of middle management that keeps things at a standstill. And it's not done out of malice. This is just the inertia of government. We're talking about things like hiring practices, job descriptions, incentives, conventioned, assumed rules that are not rules. And there are many Toronto public servants that feel and see this clay layer on a daily basis, and I'm just going to give you a quick example right now on how they're trying to go through it and go around it. One of the things that I do is organize something called the Toronto Open Data Book Club. And what we do is that we review open data sets alongside the authors of those open data sets. And at one of our events, we had Harvey Lowe, who's the man behind the Toronto Wellbeing Map with the city. And a couple of our members decided to take his data sets and create some visualizations. They're on the screen behind you. One of them was a cartogram created by Richard Hitomanko, and the other one was a data matrix created by David Dew. And Harvey was stunned. He found their work so valuable that right then and there he asked Richard and David if he could take the tools they had created and give them to stakeholders in the city. And this is what I mean about open government and open data working much better together. You can't think of open data as field of dreams. If you build it, if you publish them, they will come. It doesn't work that way. We thought it did, but it doesn't. Open data is not Kevin Costner. Open data is not a leading man or a leading lady. We've come to learn that open data plays a much better as a supporting role. And government, and what we need from people such as yourselves, is to create more leading men and leading ladies in government. Because government, we need to, all right, let's get back on track here. We need you guys to create more leading men and leading ladies in the bureaucracy, people such as Keith and Rehan from the Toronto Open Data Portal right behind us, Denis Carr from 311 Toronto, Nancy Isozaki from the City Clerk's Office, because we need to change the way things are getting done here in government. It's changing, and I have a quote to help on how to make the change happen much easier, because change can be difficult. And I'm actually going to be quoting Toronto's very own CIO, Mr. Rob Meikle. We can't control change, but one thing we can control is our response to change. And a key component of our response is our attitude. Our attitude is a real key indicator because attitude affects outcomes. There'll be good things that happen, bad things that happen, opportunities and challenges, the highs and the lows. But our attitude will determine whether we are bitter or better, whether we'll be a pessimist or an optimist, whether we'll be grateful or ungrateful. So we have to understand that our attitude is a key indicator when we are talking about responding to change. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of the deputant?
Actually, I'm the one who put up the video.
There's a video that comes with it, too. Any questions? No? Thank you, Richard. Next, Yale Fox from Rent Logic.
Hi, good morning. So My name's Yale Fox, and I'm here from RentLogic, and we're a company that's based in New York that's trying to get up into Toronto. And what we do is we use open data and data science to monitor illicit landlord behavior, because traditional monitoring is expensive, slow, and laborious. So our software works kind of like a watchdog service and detects problems before they arise. And so I wanted to talk about just how open data can improve the lives of many Torontonians. Toronto has different policies compared to other cities like New York, which inadvertently make it harder for citizens to get involved with fixing some of these citywide problems. So our research and work focuses on using open data to help out with housing issues. Landlords and tenants have mutual obligations to one another, but landlords typically hold all the cards, and there's little recourse for tenants if a problem does arise. And in many cities, building violations that endanger tenants are usually handled with a slap on the wrist fine that many landlords consider to be a cost of doing business. All types of people experience these problems, but typically it's the most vulnerable citizens that get hurt the most, like those in low income or public housing. And so what we do is we connect to these open data resources and analyze stuff like building inspection records and 311 complaints, and we use this to calculate a rating on how landlords comply with local laws and bylaws. And we look for patterns in behavior that indicate what it's like to live in, say, an apartment or something like that before signing a lease. So that would include things like the presence of mold or roaches and vermin, and we communicate that to users at the right point in time. So the way that this can help citizens in Toronto is that it will help hold bad landlords accountable. It also directs the flow of traffic away from bad landlords and towards good ones, which creates these positive feedback loops. And it incentivizes landlords to clean up their act and or to take care of their properties or be faced with higher vacancy rates. And it also creates new business, particularly in the internet sector, but not always. And so a way that this can help cities is that it will automatically sort of help direct city resources where they're needed most. It will improve the already existing inspection and enforcement agencies, so we can tell inspectors where to look and also monitor repeat offenders. And it also will lighten the workload on 311, which in this case will have less to do with power outages and more to do with landlord complaints and violations. So just in a nutshell, Toronto has a great open data community, but changing a few small things can improve it drastically. And can actually make it a role model for other cities. And I believe this to be one of the simplest, most inexpensive, and high-impact initiatives that a city can take to improve the lives of its citizens. And adjusting these policies will allow for citizens in the private sector to build solutions for other citywide problems, not just in housing. Housing is just one small sector of the open data universe. And that's it. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Fox. Sorry, any questions? None?
What we have online now in terms of MLS, it's a very awkward system to navigate for sure. But it's a data set. Have you tried to get that data set?
Yeah, we've taken a look at it. There's a bunch of little issues that make it harder for us, and there's so much friction in the process right now.
Friction?
Friction, yes. In terms of getting access to the right data. Not everything appears in like a standardized format necessarily. And there's a bunch of other kind of little issues that some of my colleagues will be speaking about after that can make it a bit more clear.
The property standards, orders, and so on that are online now.
Yes, I mean, there's a few things like having things open by default, which could make it a lot easier for not just our company, but lots of other people in the sector to gain access to it and to run these kinds of analytics that we can't currently do.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions for the deputant? So, Mr. Fox, so the three things I kind of took away from your presentation. So the data's not in the right format.
It is most of the time. With respect to the exact things that are going on with the data, it'd probably be better to have one of the other people speak about it, because I'm just not as familiar with the Toronto stuff as I am with the New York yet.
Okay.
There are some little idiosyncrasies that were outlined by another individual.
So in comparison to New York City, the data is not in the same usable format as your understanding in Toronto as compared to New York City?
They're just in different formats. So
Okay. And then the other comment you made about using the data as you do in New York City would make our 311 calls would be going down?
eventually, over time, there would be presumably less complaints that are going through and less violations because landlords are finally held accountable by something other than random building inspections or just a response to citizens complaining about issues.
Right.
If we can detect them before they arise, then it's like, it's an early warning system so that people can intervene before the problems get worse and worse.
Right, and this is something you're doing in New York City that works very well, that's not being done in Toronto, because we don't have that capacity built into it for somebody like your company to utilize that data.
We're just starting to bring things up to Toronto. There's a lot of stuff that we can do, and then there's a couple little things that have been blocking us. Off the top of my head, we were trying to figure out which places had bed bugs, but I believe it only gives you the first 3 digits of the postal code, which isn't enough. It tells you kind of broad demographics of where
Right.
they live, but they're not correlated events if, there isn't a bed bug specific area. So we need just kind of a bit more granular information so that we can drill down into it.
Okay, all right, thank you. The next deputant is Devin Tu from Map Your Property.
HDMI. Give me a second while I try to figure out this. Is that the right HDMI cord? Oh, there we go.
We'll get you one of our guys can.
Yeah. I think you got it. I'm a tech startup, so hopefully I can figure this out, myself, right? Yeah, HDMI. Can we switch to? Yeah, so we're up on the board right there. Yeah. All right, I'm going to start. So if you look up on the PowerPoint, we can also, what I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of go through what kind of our company is, as we are one of the first open data startup companies, and then kind of try to address what you guys are looking for in recommendations and the issues we've come upon. So I'm Devin Tu. I'm the CEO and founder of Map Your Property. We are one of the first open data startups in Ontario, and we use more than 50 different open data sets from the province to City of Toronto to York Region. We've worked with all of those municipalities, including the Ontario Deputy Minister, Deb Matthews, attended our launch party mainly because we are an iconic example of open data and her open data by default. So one of the biggest things I want to say about open data is, and that some of the councillors have mentioned, is that I've gone into the US and I asked, how do you guys, when you guys are doing engineering or business projects, how do you get flood information, earthquake, all this land uses, zoning and every information, like how difficult is it to get through that stuff? And they said, what do you mean? We just go to one site. So in California, they just have one site that has more than 200 data sets, including aerial imagery, parcels, valuations, MLS stuff, all the other stuff that people are using. And so that saves companies enormous amount of time, and they don't even look at open data as a problem that needs to be addressed. It's already there, and it's already available, and it streamlines business processes very quickly. So we essentially aggregate all planning information into a single location for real estate developers and the community and everything like that. And if you can see right here, it doesn't do 2 windows, I guess, but well, anyways, so as you can see on the next slide, we provide like the zoning, the land use information, we take your parcel information, we take rivers, we take some flood information, we put it all into a single platform right there. And so we are able to provide users a one location for all their stuff. And what takes a business to look through, they allocate 3 months just to aggregate this information and review their planning information. We can do it in 1 day. So we can look at a property in 3 clicks and in under 30 seconds compared to other people, and that's the power of open data. The danger of doing nothing is that because of the lack of open data in the City of Toronto and other locations in Ontario, we have been looking at other locations to go to. We know the US, it's easier to acquire data. British Columbia and other locations, it's just a lot easier. So we are going to focus on business that has easier open data access, like the startup before us, that can just grab that information and make it. So the third thing, the difficulty is that right now, any public data on websites is all Crown copyrighted. So there's a very gray area versus in the US, where can you use that data? Can you manipulate that data? Compared to the US, where anything public is you're allowed to use. Where in in Canada, the city, the province, anything, even the council minutes is owned by the Crown. So it's a very gray area. And then the fourth thing is that large corporations already retain most of your data, like your sewage, your parcels, your water lanes, your pipelines. Triple M Group, URS, AECOM have all aggregated that data over time. So it gives a very big disadvantage to the community and other startups like us trying to start up, because all these companies have all that data anyway. They retain it illegally. They're supposed to delete it after their project, but they keep it. So the open data benefits, technology innovation. We've been able to use open data and do what takes people months to do in a matter of seconds. Also on the investment side, we're bringing almost $500,000 in from Silicon Valley to hire local Toronto people. We have already trained about 4 university grads, and we're hiring 2 grads, one from Seneca, one from York, and we're training another one from Ryerson. So the tech startups are hot, and data analytics is the hot stuff, and that's what's making Toronto boom and the downtown area boom. And the fifth thing is resources. The amount of resources that I know that businesses have to do to come into the office, like, for example, to get this former zoning bylaws for Scarborough, they have to drive to Scarborough, have to wait in line and get that and then drive back, and that's just time wasted for businesses. So the benefits of open data for businesses is it streamlines decision-making. Companies can just grab that data, analyze it, and be able to identify, hey, can I develop my business here? Can I build the next condo? Can I make more, single-family housing, and in what areas, instead of having to go through the bureaucracy of government? And then the last thing, what I re-emphasize again is every business knows that time is money, especially against competitors and in other locations. So if it takes longer for me to obtain data here, I'm going to look at other areas because it's just enormous time consumption. So a couple recommendations that the Civil Tech has released on the report is open data by default. We're very impressed with the Ontario government has done that, and that will allow us to access more data like Metrolinx. And then the second thing that I think Councillor Paul was kind of emphasizing is that we want key data sets that are important to us. For me, we need planning data sets. For the startup before us, they need real information. We don't need baby names. We don't need cemeteries. We don't need parks. Those are easy to release data sets, but for us as a company and as a startup company trying to survive in this market, weak data sets isn't useful. I'm sorry, I'm done.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tu.
Yeah, I'm new at this, so feel free to cut me off at any
Yep, okay. Any questions of the deputy? Yes. Councillor Grimes?
Yeah, so your company, Devin, Map Your Property, so you're for profit. You want the information, you're selling this property out the other end, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And,
Yeah.
And what would someone pay to get that information for zoning on a property? What would you charge for that?
So we charge developers up to from 500, or it's per year basis, but we charge like $100 fee for a report or something like that.
Okay. Okay.
So we also do community stuff. Also, we've been advising a lot of community people on how to use the data sets. So I guess that's the community stuff, is a lot of this data is tough to understand. It's
Yeah,
very
but you want this data so you can sell this out the other end too?
Absolutely, yeah. We're a startup company out of Ryerson DMZ, and we're just trying to, we're trying to make money. Yes, that is
Thank
our
you.
business, yeah.
Those are my questions.
Other questions of the deputant? Sorry, so Mr. Tu, if you could explain earlier, so you would be using this data and it would help the business environment, economic development in the city of Toronto, correct?
Yes, correct. Yeah, the Toronto Economic Division has been really excited about that because it's just difficult to use. I'll give you an example. Hines, a large developer, which is more of a US company, was trying to look at Toronto waterfront. But there's so many different studies overlaid on that different area, and they just can't find that information, and they don't have the local expertise. And so that's kind of an example where the economic side, where waterfront Toronto and that division would be interested, kind of, because it saves them time and it helps other businesses.
Okay, sorry, just a moment. Sorry, councillors. Councillor Davis. I can't hear the deputant. Sorry, Mr. Tu. And if you can explain on the sheet that's on the screen, what's meant by open data by default?
So that's kind of related. So the Ontario Deputy Premier has released something, open data by default, which is similar to other companies, that any data that is available by the city should be open data by default, unless there's some commercial sensitivity or privacy sensitivity. So I'll give you an example. We're going to ask for Metrolinx data for the number of riderships. Right now, I'd have to do an FOI and then or try to get it through backdoor means.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions of the deputant? None? Okay, thank you very much. Next, Gabe Sani from Urgent Plus Digital.
Hi, good morning.
Morning. You have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
My name's Gabe Sani. I'm the executive director of a nonprofit called Urban and Digital, and I'm one of the founders of a community group called Civic Tech Toronto. We're hundreds of technologists and designers who are interested in using our skills to make Toronto better through tech and design. Open data is important to us because it fuels a lot of the civic tech projects that we work on. And so we're really happy that the Open Data program in Toronto made great progress in its first few years. But we're worried today that it lacks the momentum that it had before. So cities like Edmonton and Surrey and Ottawa are developing the tools to allow open data and open government to grow exponentially in their cities over the next few years. Whereas in the staff report, it uses the word plateau in reference to open data in Toronto and doesn't present a lot of concrete actions for how the open data and open government programs in Toronto will grow. Really, as Torontonians, we don't typically compare ourselves to Edmonton or Surrey or Ottawa. We compare ourselves to comparable sized cities in the US and other countries. So, and in fact, organizations like Code for America and Code for Europe have done incredible work in helping municipalities build their working relationships with residents and the private sector in those jurisdictions. And cities like New York and Seattle and Boston are taking really great actions on improving their relationships with the community and the private sector around civic technology. So that's why we've created this report, which is a community perspective on open data in Toronto. And presents 15 very clear, concrete actions that we believe the city can take in 2016. They're inspired by actions that have been taken in other jurisdictions, and we believe that they're doable, and that they're what Toronto needs in order to hang on to that #2 position on the Open Data Index, and more importantly, to enable Torontonians to benefit from the civic tech projects that are fueled by open data. That's it.
Thank you. Sorry, did you distribute your report to the council?
If you didn't get it, I have copies. Some people have it, some people don't.
Okay. And sorry, there's how many recommendations in it?
15.
15. Okay. And so I guess sorry, are there any questions of the deputant? So I wanted to ask you similar question I asked sorry, Councillor Davis.
I'm really trying to understand where this is going, and I'm trying to understand what the community is asking. So you're wanting an open data bylaw. How is that different than a policy?
An open data bylaw, in our case, the model would be like the one that was passed by the City of New York, or maybe analogous to the province's open data directive. So something in this case, a bylaw would be something that would be passed by council, and so therefore would be more solid than the policy, which is an internal document.
Okay, thank you.
And, sorry, other questions of the deputy? Okay, so I just want to ask one similar to the first deputy I asked, and I think you referred to it, the Canadian Municipality Open Data, we are ranked second compared to Edmonton. And you think a more appropriate and comparative would be to some US jurisdictions like New York City or others around the world?
Exactly, yeah.
And if we did the things that were in your report, your recommendations, that, you know, we would probably leap ahead of Edmonton, for example.
Leap ahead of Edmonton and then leap into a sort of global class of open data cities.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. Okay, the next deputant is Brian Kelsey, State of the City Research on behalf of the Toronto Board of Trade.
Good morning, councillors. As Councillor Ainsley said, I work with a small but growing firm called State of the City Research. I'm a specialist in urban public policy, but the Toronto Board of Trade is one of my clients. Normally, I don't speak on behalf of my clients, but in this particular case, because I'm passionate about this issue and the board was concerned about it, I'm here today to make a broader point to councillors that may not yet be apparent from the earlier presenters that you've heard. A few weeks ago, I was in a committee meeting with the Board of Trade where a number of representatives of larger global technology firms who are obviously hoping to see Toronto grow in that space expressed concern that we are, as a city, not keeping up with global competitors. The point's already been made that from the standpoint of larger firms like Google, like Cisco, like IBM, that have a lot of investment traction in terms of investing in jobs and technology on a very large scale relative to the startups you've heard from their perspective. We aren't competitive with London, Los Angeles, San Francisco, Boston, and New York. And the debate you're having today is a very tangible one, that if you look for a very simple analogy, 60, 70 years ago, somebody looking to invest in a city would have looked at how much land you as councillors would have zoned for industrial use as a good metric of whether you actually cared to attract that level of investment in industry. Open data is fast becoming that metric for larger global technology firms who are ranking cities to say, does this city care? Is it building a technology ecosystem in which smaller firms can thrive and therefore feed these larger firms in their activities? And I want to make it clear that from the standpoint of a typical Canadian city councillor, you see something like the mid-January announcement that Cisco made with the mayor, where they cut a ribbon and said Cisco's now built an innovation center here in the city, and that's the win for you. But the kind of work that was being talked about by the startups, the lone engineers, the nonprofits that you heard from earlier, feeds a larger investment ecosystem in ways that you may not see. And I just want to touch briefly on those so that you understand that however abstract the decisions you might be making today about expanding access to open data and making that data more accessible to what I would call an American middle city standard of open by default, standardized data sets, and managers who are actually interested in the results of that data. If you meet that standard, you're helping to feed Toronto's economic growth in the technology space in three ways. First, more and more university engineering faculties partnered with private sector firms are relying on open data as a key component of their research. That's not only drawing in dollars for research grants and partnerships, it's also increasing the footprint of the number of trained engineers we have who are in the city and committed to the city. That was a key component of Mayor Bloomberg's strategy to try and deal with a shortfall in the number of engineers in New York that was holding back New York's potential as a tech city 8, 9, 10 years ago. And that's already paid significant dividends from New York in terms of building an engineering culture through partnerships with City Hall there. Secondly, the more open data you're releasing, the more you're encouraging larger firms to see Toronto as a target for direct partnerships. Memphis is not a city you'd think of as a technology hub, but they're now a global leader in predictive policing thanks to their partnership with IBM through the release of crime data for a project called Blue Crush that's been operating since 2010. Likewise, Copenhagen, through the attendance of their mayor at an open data conference, led to a major partnership that's now ongoing with Cisco, where Cisco is helping to finance Copenhagen's research into finding, granular solutions to reduce their CO2 emissions by looking for, micro sources of emissions that hadn't previously been noted before within the city, and stopping those again through the use of open data that was already published. But it was the fact that Copenhagen was interested in publishing that data that led Cisco to believe they'd be open to a larger, much more lucrative from an economic standpoint investment partnership.
Sorry, Mr. Kelsey, could you wrap up, please?
Sure. And sorry, your clock's frozen. And last but not least, buyouts and partnerships that the larger companies, like the ones I've referred to, are looking at smaller Toronto firms that are using this data as an opportunity to invest. And there's, in fact, a partner, a firm of IBM's is in Liberty Village, Think DataWorks. That's sole purpose is to help other cities publish open data and release it into the Canadian market. And that partnership was announced in May 2015, helping to boost jobs here in Toronto. So from that standpoint, please don't consider this an abstract decision. This is an economic development decision you're making, however much it may be dressed up in economic jargon, and the Board of Trade is concerned enough about this issue that they're hosting the first of what's intended to be an annual conference on digital cities with already some good work done by the City of Toronto to help build the agenda on May 26th.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Questions of the deputant? Seeing none. Thank you very much for coming in this morning. And our last listed deputant is Mr. Mark Richardson. Do you need some help?
Nope, there we go.
Thank you, Mr. Richardson. You have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Full disclosure, first of all, I'm an IT consultant. I did 20 days of work for the TTC in 2009, but I have no other commercial relationship with the city. A couple of quotes for us to start with. Edward Deming, without data, you're just another person with an opinion. There's a lot of that in the City of Toronto, and we need more data to stop that problem. Also, from Grace Hopper, who was one of the original female innovators around IT, the most dangerous phrase in language is, "We've always done it this way." There's a whole lot of "we've always done it this way" in the City of Toronto. For example, today, this report originally was designed to be received for information. There was no discussion, there was no presentation from some staff around what they've done. It was just going to be received for information. You had 4 priorities, but only 3 full-time FTEs on it. There were no targets, no deadlines, and no schedule or plan around improving open data within the City of Toronto. This is a quote from a US government employee, but I think it speaks to a general sense within that middle layer of government employees. Open data isn't in my job description. My annual evaluation isn't based on this work. I don't get a raise or a promotion if this goes well, so it does nothing for me. And worst case, I get fired after being publicly humiliated in front of a committee because of data errors. So why would I do this? And there are bureaucrats over in the corner there who are laughing at that quote because you know it's true. The safe thing for your staff to do is to publish bland, unobjectional, low-value data. So for example, an article from the other year, and there's a link to it there, the Open Data Toronto is falling off track with the latest release of dog and cat names. It was the top 25 dog and cat names. It has no commercial or city value whatsoever. It's a feel-good project. Open data needs to be more than just a New Year's resolution. It needs to be something where if you're going to make that New Year's resolution, you actually change your diet and go to the gym. How do you do that? Well, you don't have to go to another committee. You don't have to go out for more public consultation because the province of Ontario has already done that for you. They went through an entire public consultation process last year, and as of April 1st, 2016, the Open by Default Directive will apply to all Ontario ministries and provincial agencies, requiring them to make their data public. All we're asking you to do is to adopt that Open by Default standard here at the city, following the same model that the province has already established. We want you to set the bar higher for open data. Send this current report back to staff for changes. Adopt and enforce the Open by Default standard. Set some specific targets and deadlines and a 4-year plan. And require data quality, not just quantity counts. I don't want the top 100 dog and cat names in the next one and classing that as a win. We want property information. We want bylaw information. We want 311 information, things that actually would improve housing for people using a tool like RentLogic, would improve customer service for people whose water pipes get frozen in the winter. Have an open data champion within the city manager's office, not only at the CIO or the clerk's level. Your new city manager, Peter Wallace, comes from the province. He was actively involved in the Open by Default stuff that happened there last year. So we should be making sure that somebody in his team is leading the charge on that. Make open data deliverables part of all of the RFPs for software and services. A shout out to Toronto Transport, if they're in the room. Their most recent smart traffic light RFP that went out about a month ago actually has a requirement for open data written right into that RFP. You shouldn't be putting an RFP for software or services on the street that doesn't include an open data deliverable. Make those open data deliverables also part of every manager's performance review within the City of Toronto bureaucracy. That it's something they're measured on, just like employee retention, like gender equity, like all the other things that you measure your managers on. And then regularly have them report back up to the GMC every 6 months for the next couple of years to see if they're making these targets and deadlines that you're going to establish. That's it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Richardson. Questions of the deputant? No? Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. I think, is there anybody else in the room that wanted to make a deputation on this item? Seeing none, we're going to bring it in committee. Questions of staff? Councillor Davis.
So we have a whole number of deputants who are suggesting a whole range of changes that are not, maybe, I guess, consistent with our policies. I wonder if you could just comment in general about some of the, respond to some of the calls, such as for a bylaw, for the default, I forget what it's called, which the open data, default open data in particular.
Mr. Chair, in fact, we have in the City of Toronto an open information by default standard, and it has been in place for a number of years. The difficulty is, as some of the deputants have indicated, that it requires an enormous amount of culture change in the city in order to make that happen. The Open Government Committee has been diligent for a number of years now at trying to get cooperation from its senior partners across the organization to release that data. The report sets out a number of issues that we have run into. But I would say our policies are phenomenally current. In fact, our policies of, requiring, in fact, we're the only municipality that I'm aware of anywhere that has an information accountability policy, making everyone in this organization accountable and responsible for their information. That is certainly something that has not been carried forward into the management control checklist, which all managers are required to fill out every year with their supervisor. But we have probably the most robust information policies of any municipality in the country in place. It takes time to get the culture to change. I think this meeting is a great push in the right direction to make that happen. But I don't think there's anything wrong with our policies. I think we need to be a little bit more diligent in how they are enforced and where they are enforced, as the deputants have indicated.
And where is that enforcement mechanism? You're saying it's through the management accountability mechanisms?
I would suggest that that is the appropriate place. That is an HR tool, which all non-union staff are required to complete as appropriate, which requires us to do everything from ensure that we have a risk management process in place, and it would certainly also be the place to ensure that we have our information open. As I said, we have the policy, we need the push through an enforcement mechanism.
So in your report, you identify, I think you called it a full management cycle or something like that, and it included, or life cycle management. And so that life cycle management approach, and it requires every division to make sure that their data is examined for privacy, for accuracy, making sure it's up to date, et cetera. Is this the kind of thing that's not happening in the divisions with the data that they have? So
Well, I
that
think-
you would not be confident in having that data released and open? I'm struggling still to
Well, I
understand.
think, well, the life cycle concept is one that we refer to, and it's an old records management term, which we've applied now to data and managing the open data, because it's a matter of making sure, in the first instance, that it gets out, that it has been vetted for the various privacy issues. That needs to be done in any event. And there isn't a whole lot that is problematic with that respect, but there is a need to make sure that the data is always current. And
Right, I understand that.
that's what life cycle refers to. So it's a matter of keeping it current, maintaining it, upgrading it, and ensuring that the community that uses the data knows that there have been changes made.
But there are no recommendations here. So I guess I'm trying to understand, if we want to move this forward and there are problems or challenges with implementation of what you say is a good policy, why are there no recommendations? Where are the directions?
This is actually, Mr. Chair, the very first time this city has, on any kind of committee agenda, been able to address the issue of open data. So in that respect, it's a watershed moment. And I think this is precisely the kind of opportunity that we've been looking for to bring the issues and the concerns and the needs of the open data program to the forefront.
Why did you not put recommendations in? I guess I'm still struggling. Or the city manager didn't. I don't know whether the deputy city manager wants to comment. I don't get a sense there's a direction here. There's an information report.
We were asked to write a report by the chair of this committee, and we have done that. This was a report intended to outline the program, describe the issues and the barriers, and that's what we've done.
I'm sorry, Councillor.
I just wondered whether you wanted to also comment on recommendations and directions. There don't appear to be any recommendations and direction, and yet we had many, many deputants who had lots of recommendations, and I'm anxious, without a staff report that gives us specific recommendations, although I think the chair's motion is going to be to refer it.
I'll invite actually Rob Meikle, our CIO, to talk about and just comment on our directions and what we have been doing.
Thank you, Rob.
No, I don't want a whole long thing about what we've been doing. I just want to understand. Clearly, we have some directions. We've asked for a report, and there are some challenges. Why there aren't recommendations on next steps?
Through the chair, to not to duplicate the comments, but to agree with the comments that were made by our city clerk. We responded to the original motion, was to provide this information. If you're asking for us to go back and provide some specific recommendations associated with these priorities that we've provided, we can certainly do that too.
Okay.
All right, other questions of staff?
Just one more about MLS, for instance. I mean, we heard MLS has a lot of data on property standards violations, orders, compliance, and so on. Is that information that's available as open data?
I understand that that's not currently on open data.
Would anyone know why? Is it privacy issues? Is it?
I would think that to some extent that's exactly the issue. These are orders against individuals, and that would need to be vetted.
I'd love to know the names of these landlords and property owners, frankly, but I hope we'll get that very soon.
Okay, other questions of staff? Any other questions of staff? Councillor Nunziata, do you have questions of staff? Councillor McConnell? No? Okay. I don't either. I do have a motion I'm moving. Sorry, you want to speak? Okay, sorry. Councillor Grimes? Sorry, speakers, my fault. Councillor Grimes?
No problem, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. I have a motion I'm going to move here. The city clerk and chief information officer requested to hold a community consultation information meeting on the open data in the city policy and opportunities for public engagement and participation. Now, we heard our last speaker, Mr. Richardson, said we didn't need that, but I think we may need that here. And I left it very open for staff to bring that back when they do. So, I mean, you've seen the speakers list here. It's a whole gamut of different stakeholders here that are looking for information. That's the future. There's a huge thirst for information, and how we deliver that is going to be the big question in the next few years. So I just think it'd be great to get that public in front, and all these experts here that are looking for the information from staff. And I think the discussion that could take place at this consultation and information meeting could help staff guide things that may come back. So I would leave that to staff to bring that back at the appropriate time and get that off when appropriate. So I just left it open for that. But I just think that's the future of this world. People want information. I own a business also in the transportation side that we are in business because we have the information in our industry, and that's how we're in business. So I think it's the future, and I think you have some motions coming, Mr. Chair, but I'll move that and have staff deal with that as they see fit.
Thank you, Councillor Grimes. Other speakers? Sure. Councillor Davis? Oh, okay. All right. Question, Councillor Grimes?
Councillor Grimes, your motion is to hold a community consultation information meeting. How many? Just downtown, or are you suggesting in the various?
Well, I just leave it to staff to deal with that. I know we just had a big information meeting on the noise bylaw in the city of Toronto the other day. So let's get these people in, let them, can get the information from staff, ask questions. There could be some great discussions that take place there. So again, I'm going to leave that to.
So let the staff determine that.
Yeah. So I mean,
okay. Thank you.
I left it very loosey-goosey.
Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah.
Councillor Davis to speak.
Well, this is not an area I know very much about at all, and so this has been quite intriguing for sure, as well as informational. So I'm happy to have a report back. I know there's about 27 different things on the motion. 20. I have no idea whether that list of things on the chair's report requests are appropriate or are consistent with our policies, whether they are things I would support it also in. I will vote for this motion, but it's not because I am indicating my agreement on the list of things that are going to be contained in this motion. I also know that one of my concerns would be the accuracy of our data and who's going to maintain accuracy, privacy issues, and so on, and potential costs associated with ensuring that this data is accessible. So I still have an open mind, but a cautious feeling about what we are capable of providing. So I will support a report request, for sure. And I would end with, there's no, this report doesn't really tell me enough to know what the challenges are and how the challenges can be addressed. If there's a section on challenges, and I hear there's a culture issue. Often a culture issue has to do with way too much workload, which is another thing, and insufficient capacity within the organization to do this extra whatever workload this will be. So, I mean, I hope that we can understand the resource requirements, staffing requirements, and all of the additional work that would be associated with moving this agenda forward, because I suspect while you could put another check mark on the box on the manager's list of things they have to have advanced, such as workplace health and safety or access and equity initiatives or whatever, you can't just keep adding greater and greater accountabilities if there are no resources within the organization to actually deliver on those initiatives. So I hope the report will address those things as well.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Davis. Other speakers? No? Councillor Nunziata?
I understand, Mr. Chair, you're moving a motion with a number of recommendations. So you haven't moved those recommendations yet, but I'm going to speak. I will support Councillor Grimes' motion as far as the committee meeting, but your recommendations, a number of, I don't even know how many there are, I will not support. You know, I mean, I think we need to hear what the public has to say through the consultation meeting, but to add more reports back from our staff, and you have a number of other items here that you're asking staff to report back, and if they don't have resources, I mean, you're moving these recommendations for the staff to report back next month or in April, and I will not support that recommendation. I will wait until the consultation meeting and see what comes out of there, and then whatever recommendations is brought forward through the public process, then maybe at that point I will support any further recommendations, but I will not be supporting your recommendations.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Nunziata. Councillor McCollum, did you want to speak? No? Okay. All right, so I'm going to speak last. I have a motion that I'm putting forward. It's asking for a report. It has 20 asks within that report. The asks are actually a compilation of the presentations that we saw this morning. I want to begin by thanking the deputants for all coming in this morning. When the government management agenda first went live, I had a lot of people asking how they could make a deputation this morning on this, so I want to thank them for coming in. I want to... Sure. Sorry, I'm not asking for 20 recommendations, Councillor Nunziata. I'm asking for 20 different components. All right? So I also want to say, I'm not trying to disparage any of the work that staff are doing. Like the city clerk's office under Ms. Wakas has done a lot of work with an open government, open data committee that's been trying to bring staff together. I want to thank Rob Meikle for the work that he's been doing to date as the city's CIO since he's come to the City of Toronto. One of the issues I do want to address through this report is accountability. And the number of issues around accountability and looking at data sets and how we use them for accountability to enhance the business climate in the City of Toronto. For example, in Scarborough, the majority of our businesses now have 5 employees or less, and a lot of them are involved in the information and technology sector. There was comments, once again, about accountability, and a couple of things that stand out for me. For example, one of the reports that we're just moving deals with location devices on our vehicles. We just launched an app this week where you can track city snowplows. We have no capacity to track garbage delivery, for example. I've had a lot of people that say to me, you know, why you can track when my snowplow is coming, why can't I track when my garbage truck is coming and when I have to put my garbage truck out at the curb? One of the business owners talked about bylaw enforcement. You know, last summer, my family, we visited the city in New York City. We were trying to find a hotel to visit. There's actually a website that you can go to that tracks bed bug infestations by neighborhood in the city in New York City. So you can figure out what hotel you want to go to, where you want to stay, and how bed bugs impact that area. There's nothing like that in the City of Toronto. You can go to the data subsets in our open data site. They're not always up to date. They're not always in the same format. There's no contact information there. If somebody actually uses one of our data subsets and it's changed, there's no contact information to that person about that the data subset has been changed. There's, you know, I was just recently at the Mars Innovation Center for a conference on technicity, and I had a number of small business owners come to me. They're in the information and technology sector, and they talked about the hurdles that they see with our open data and engaging government. And this isn't all about you know, the economic impact of, you know, helping businesses. It's helping residents engage their government to make this city better. You know, in the report, it talks about the Canadian municipalities' open data. We're ranked second to the City of Edmonton. If you rank us to other major municipalities across North America, we're very far down the list. When we're supposed to be the economic engine of southwestern Ontario, if not Canada, I think it's very important that we be using all the tools we can to leverage those benefits of being the largest city in Canada, if not in this region. And one of the other deputants also mentioned engineers and University of Waterloo and enhancing their engineering program. There's an educational component to this as well. So I'm asking for this report. I'm asking my colleagues not to be scared or hindered by the different components here. There's nothing earth-shattering here. You know, in terms of a community meeting, you know, we can hold a community meeting. You know, it might be good. We'll bring more people to the table. But to address Councillor Nunziata's concerns, if we don't pass these recommendations and move this report forward, and we just have a community meeting, I can pretty much tell you, Councillor Nunziata, that the deputants that you saw here this morning will be the same ones back at that community meeting, and there'll be more people saying the same thing, that things need to be advanced in the City of Toronto, that we are doing good work, but there's much more to be done, which is why I'm asking for this report to move forward with recommendations. Thank you. Sorry, Councillor Grimes first.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to be supporting your motions, but your referral motion kills my number one motion. I just wonder if we can put that in on the top, the item be referred and request, slide that in as a friendly at the top. I'd let the clerk put that in where it should go because your referral motion kills my motion. So if we could do that, the item be referred and request. Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong motion.
You want to incorporate it into my motion?
Yes, at the top.
Okay, all right.
Is that a friendly? Sorry? Well, I'll leave that to the clerk, where it should go in there, but we'll just slide in the first paragraph because if you refer, you kill my motion.
In the second line. Okay.
Okay, sorry, so my motion is fine, I'm being told? So it is fine, so I thought the referred killed it, so we're good to leave the way it is? And my-
Okay.
so- Okay. And if they just run in conjunction with yours?
All right. Councillor McConnell, you had a question of the mover?
Yes, I do. So I just want to understand sort of, what I'm hearing is we got a problem with implementation. We don't have a problem with policy, we have a problem with implementation. So I just want to make sure that this fits in with the implementation question, right? So we would have a community consultation, as I understand it. This would have been referred to the city clerk and others, all of these recommendations. And then after that consultation, there would be a report back to this committee on the implementation plan. Is that correct?
Yes.
And some of these will be addressed in the implementation plan, is that correct?
Yes.
Some of them may not be, like some of them, they may say, well, this one really doesn't need to happen, or this one does. But the process that I'm hearing is, we'll have a meeting, we'll talk about implementation, and we'll report an implementation plan back here. Is that correct?
Yes. For example, on number 4,
Yes.
in the report I'm asking for, continue to identify and promote a staff member as the open data champion. Originally, I identified that as the city manager. The city clerks, they're doing an excellent job. They have an open data committee that I've been to with lots of city staff. I amended that, took the city manager's office out.
Right, but what I'm asking you is, you are not today identifying and promoting a staff member as the champion. You
No.
are not today making the open deliverables for all RFPs. What you're doing today, as I understand it, is we're setting up a community discussion with people who know about this, and then we're asking the city clerk and the chief information officer to bring us back an implementation, and everybody's okay with that. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right,
Yeah.
good. Thank you.
Yeah, so I'm not asking for anything to be written in stone. I'm asking for staff to look back at this. Okay? All right? Okay, so,
I would like to make a further amendment, if I could.
I don't know, what's the amendment?
Just to make it clear that these are not directives in this motion.
just said that.
The city councillor must, or the clerk must not bring back. So the motion, if I could, after the following, in the first paragraph, into the City of Toronto open data policy, including the possibility of the following, so that it's more clear that these are possible, but they're not necessarily givens. That
So
she
this
will-
says they report back to the Government Management Committee regarding incorporating the following into the City of Toronto open data policy.
regarding the possible incorporation of the following. How about that?
Sure, I'm okay with that.
Regarding the possible incorporation.
Okay, I'm fine with that. I'm not sure the clerk's there yet.
You're all right? We're all happy?
No.
Okay. We're just waiting for the word possible.
It's
Yes,
in.
okay. All right. All. Okay. Councillor Grimes, sir? Okay, Councillor Grimes' motion first. All in favor? Opposed? That carries. My motion, all in favor? Opposed? And that carries. Item is amended. All in favor? Opposed? And that carries.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
The request from Mary, she's got a meeting, so I don't know if we can deal with 10.9. She has a meeting she has to be at, and we have staff here, so I don't think it should be contentious, but I think there's one questioner, but if we could deal with that, we'd much appreciate it.
Okay, I had mine addressed.
Okay,
Okay,
we're all good?
I'm all okay on 10.9.
We're good, so can I just put the motions on the screen? I have 2 amendments.
Okay,
Yeah, there's 2, I got a technical amendment and then supplementary report.
all in favor?
Sorry? I need a recorded vote too, Mr. Chairman.
You want to, we're on 10.9.
On the end or the whole thing? Yeah.
You just want to do it as a
I
package?
just want to record a vote in the end, so the technical amendment, we're fine. I don't need a recorded vote on this. All in favor?
All in favor?
Yeah.
Carried? Or sorry, opposed? Carried.
On this one?
Okay, item is amended, all in favor?
Sorry, there's 2 motions. There's the technical amendment from staff, then there's this one, so we have to vote on this one.
All in favor? Opposed? Carried.
The recorded vote on the clause is amended.
Item is amended, all in favor?
Recorded.
Sorry,
Unanimous.
unanimous? Sorry? Oh, sorry. All in favor, Councillor McConnell, Councillor Nunziata, Councillor Davis, Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Grimes.
Thank you, Mr.
Unanimous.
Chairman.
I will, I'll release number 18, so real estate could leave. I'll move the recommendation.
Sorry, which one?
Number 18. 30, 38, and 40 Danforth.
Okay, so item number 18, Councillor Nunziata is releasing.
Could I just speak very quickly to this? I have to say, this has been one of the most frustrating examples of interdivisional dropping the ball. As a result of the delay, because a corner of this laneway, it was discovered, was in private hands, this laneway has fallen into disrepair, and there are outstanding issues going back decades related to this site. As a result of the delay, now the Transportation Division cut out of the budget the capital costs associated with fixing the laneway. That capital cost had been in there for 3 years, and now it's gone. So I have to figure out a way, and I trust that Transportation Services and others, including real estate, will find a way to assist me in making sure that now that the decision has been made to acquire this sliver of property to complete the construction, that the money will be in the budget. Thank you.
Okay. All in favor of the recommendations in number 18? Opposed? Sorry, Councillor Davis? Councillor Davis? Yay or nay? On what? Number 18, the one you just spoke on. All right. All in favor? Carried. Any other quick releases? Any other quick releases? No? Which one? And Councillor Nunziata, you have 24, you're still holding that? Sorry, Councillor Davis, number 13 you can release? Okay. Does the clerks have it?
So this is the next of a series of properties that have greater than 20-year leases that are on Parks property. And in order to ensure the continued tenancy to a very successful nonprofit organization with below-market rent, we have to go through, which is excuse me, we have to go through a crazy process to declare this surplus, even though it is not surplus. And we have to then circulate this, and I'm hoping that through this process of circulation, is everybody listening? I'm sorry, I don't usually do a David Shiner, but I have found this entire process nuts. And I hope that going through an official plan amendment process and a circulation of surplus does not require, it will not in any way jeopardize the tenancy of this nonprofit group. So we are apparently going to go through the same declaration of surplus. It's going to be circulated to every division, even though we know it's not surplus. And so I hope that that process of circulation to declare it surplus can be truncated in such a way that it's simply, we're going through the routine. And I hope that the official plan process that we're going to force on this organization will be shepherded through in a way that we don't find ourselves with someone in the public coming out and saying, no, we shouldn't be doing this and we shouldn't be giving it to this group. And it's a little bit crazy. This occurred as a result of the official plan not identifying this as one of the exempt properties, and it should have been in the OP, and now it will require it to go through this process. But they should not have to bear any of the costs associated with this, and it should not result in any way in jeopardizing their tenancy. And so what this report does is it gives us a 2-year lease, an opportunity to complete the OP, and then an extension for the regular 5-year below market rent period of time. But I hope we can bring all of the others that remain, because I understand there are many others in the same situation, and that we can do it in a more systematic way. And it shouldn't be borne, the cost shouldn't be borne by the division either, I don't believe. So the Culture Division, for instance, which owns this, which has this historic designated property, shouldn't have to pay the cost of this OPA process either. So that's the intent, that maybe the divisions can all discuss who has to pay the costs, but it shouldn't be the Children's Peace Theatre. So that's the purpose of my motion. Thank you.
Okay, sorry, Councillor Davis, just on a point of order, I was told there's somebody from planning here that had some comment. They want to make some comment about the costs that you were just referring to.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, if the committee would
I don't think it's necessary, Greg. I think that real estate and culture, there's been some acknowledgement that they will deal with the costs. But if there is, the only thing I would say, if there is a...
Councillor,
If there is
Councillor,
yes.
sorry, I was asking staff to comment.
We don't normally ask staff to comment on motions, so you are varying the rules. If you want to vary the rules, that's fine.
All right. Councillor Grimes, you had a
Thank you, Mr.
question.
Chairman. I had a question of staff.
Wait, excuse me, did you want Mr.,
Okay.
would you like
I didn't think there was a problem,
planning
but it's
to
your word.
comment? If you
I
want
did.
planning to comment,
You don't-
go ahead. It's fine.
through you, Mr. Chair, if it might assist in the committee's consideration of the matter, the committee can go one of two ways. It can request that this be a city-initiated official plan amendment, and then there is no cost. The city planning division would have to absorb the cost of the application, which is around $18,000, and that is not just the city planning division's costs. Those are costs that are shared among all the commenting divisions, including city clerks. Or the committee can direct that that a division, a program division, absorb the costs, such as real estate or culture or between them. And if the intent of the motion, of this motion, is to not, is to avoid having children's PACE absorb those costs, then either of those two other approaches would meet the intent of the motion that's before you.
That was my intent.
Okay, so I apologize. So the cost of this motion, if we exempt children's Peace Theaters, are $18,000?
No, the cost of an official plan amendment application is $18,000. And if City Council so desires, they can direct that the City Planning Division absorb that cost, or that they can leave it to us and the divisions to sort out, and we can find a program division to help fund that cost.
But this is a city-owned piece of property, and it's a BMR, so we wouldn't expect Children's Peace Theater to pay those costs, would we, as the tenant? Someone, anyone?
It's typically up to the
Mr.
owner.
Casali.
Real estate would absorb the costs because I see it all as the same money. All I'm doing is transferring money from my account into planning. So the city gets no richer, it gets,
Okay, and Councillor Davis, you're good with that?
I'm fine. I do think, as I started to say, this is one of many to come. So if there is, there may be a need to have a policy, we exempt social housing from OPA costs, and this is one division applying to another division for an OPA. So Mr. Casali's right, we are charging each other. And one arm of the city is the applicant that's going to get the OPA. So we may want a policy that's broader for the rest of the ones that are coming. And I could have said that, I was thinking that we would do that, but I just want to fix this one. So I trust that you will go away and figure out a policy and a way to deal with the others that are remaining that are BMR.
Just on that point, through you, Mr. Chair, for the information of the committee, that is on the division's 2017 work program to look at those disposition policies in the official plan, because as Councillor Davis points out, this has come up a few times. So in considering land disposition beyond the 21 years, the work will be to develop a policy that looks at those experiences and what kind of criteria we need to evaluate these in the future.
I mean, my one concern was, I'll just say this finally, if we are disposing of this property in a technical way, but not a real way, it's still concerning me that in some way we have reduced the security of the public control over this, and that it is no longer considered open green space and protected by the provisions of the official plan. It's been exempted from the provisions of the official plan that make it permanently, in perpetuity, open green space and park space. So I struggle a bit with understanding this still. So if you're reviewing that, that would be very good as well. The 21-year and the dispensation, or the 21-year, what's it called, the legal? Because I think the disposition policy.
Those are my questions. I have one of these storefront Hummer, I know Mr. Casali is very familiar with in my ward, serving the seniors in our ward. It's in a park recreation building. This still means we still have to have a public meeting? The public meeting still has to take place on this?
as part of the official plan, yes, you do have to have a public meeting.
And there's no way around that. The only way we can deal with
No,
fees.
the way the city's bylaws are written and the OP is written, we have to do that.
Right, that's okay.
So the policy work that Greg is talking about will help us solve this in the future. It's only now coming up because a lot of our longer-term leases.
Got it. So I can bring forward my recommendation, the same with Storefront Humber, that deals with the seniors in my ward.
Yes, you could.
Great, thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay, so we have a motion before us, moved by Councillor Davis. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay. Sorry, item is amended. All in favor? Councillor Davis? Carried. Okay, we have 4 minutes left. Does anybody want to do any further quick releases?
The other item's going to be long items? Maybe we can just finish it rather.
Okay, so I have, seeing none, so number 6, update on OMERS that relates to the city employer contributors. I have a motion that I want to move as this is an amendment. It's a 3-part, basically asking for this to be done, this report to come forward as an annual report. The city has 2 appointees to OMERS that they be requested to make a deputation in the spring on the OMERS strategic planning process, and request the treasurer to request OMERS management to appear before government management to update us on the 5 pre-OMERS plans, as they did in 2010 and 2011 and haven't done since then for some reason. All in favor? Opposed? Carried? And so we're going to break for lunch, and we have to be back at 1:30. We have 7 items left.
Maybe we should do the bill item. Councillor Grimes has a motion for the bills.
Okay, sorry, we're just going to do, sorry, Councillor Davis? We're just going to do Councillor Grimes' item on the bills.
The Government Management Committee pass and declare as bylaw a confirmatory bill to confirm the legislative proceedings of the Government Management Committee acting under delegated authority of its meeting February 22, 2016.
All in favor? Carried. Opposed? Can everybody come back at 1:30? Okay, because we have deputations still. Thank you.
Could you clear the room, please? The room is going to be closed and locked. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I'm calling the meeting back to order. Our first item is GM 10.5, personalized .toronto web address. We have one deputant, Mr. Miroslav Glavich. Mr. Glavich, going once. GM 10.5. .toronto web address. Mr. Glavich would like to depute on it. You have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
I have been working since about 1995 with a domain and hosting company, so a lot of these numbers, I know it. I'm going to challenge some of them. Some of these numbers are guesses and not exact numbers, which is a bad thing. The problem, if you think a business is going to get a .toronto, by the way, it's Toronto, not Toronto, how some of you have been pronouncing it all morning, please. The bigger most businesses are going to want, the shorter their web address, the better. A .com is three characters. Toronto is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8. There's, where's it? Okay, here. The additional evaluation cost and the cost of preparation, duplication, for somebody who has been doing this since 1995, I don't see how somebody could, first of all, the range between 50 grand and 100 grand is too wide. It should be more specific. And somewhere around here, I don't see it. Where's the annual fee that you have to pay? IANA or whatever they call themselves now. And just because the city wants .toronto doesn't mean there could be competition, because other people could compete for Toronto. There's no law, no regulation says the city of Toronto is going to get .toronto. If I had 100,000 plus, I could buy it right now, but I have better things to spend. Where is it? $11 a domain. When you spend almost $500,000, if you divide that into 11, there's going to be a lot of registrations. Most companies already in Toronto have a .com or .ca. They're not going to add another one, and with the cost, there is going to be zero profit if you keep it at 11. Some of this math I'm questioning. And the average .com is about $15. The same thing, .ca is a bit more expensive. Councillor Davis last time mentioned Sierra. Sierra is the big cheese for .ca domains. They dictate everything. And at some point in here, is one of the options was to restrict it to Toronto residents. My brother lives in Markham. He has a business that employs 50 people in Toronto. He would not have the right to get his business .toronto, even though he has been employing 50 people, especially from Scarborough, for the past 20 years. Most of these numbers are, I would never get 1 to 3 I mean, I don't know how you're going to get up to $3 million on these domains. Right now, on my credit card, I have about 185 domains. One more won't kill me. But I'm addicted to it. You're addicted to Tim Hortons? I'm addicted to domains. $1 to $3 million. I don't know how you're going to get that. The bigger the address, the less you're going to get for domains. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Glavich. Questions of the deputant? No. Sorry, Pam. Okay, questions of staff. Councillor McConnell?
So I read the report, but I wondered if you would kind of outline where our move forward is, because I had some difficulty really kind of grasping it. And I was very interested in it because the Ontario Caucus of FCM had a whole presentation on this direction and how important this was for economic development. So I got the impression that we somehow had to wait forever and we weren't going to do anything, but I'd rather hear that from staff so I have a sense of where we're going, if that's okay.
So as through you, Mr. Chair, so as the report says in the past, we've looked at it, we didn't think it had much value, so we're really presenting the information to get some direction from committee, whether this is something you want us to pursue or not. There is some type of upfront cost, as outlined on page 5, could be as much as $400,000. There is the potential for revenues.
Yes.
Set out on page 7. And if this is something you want us to explore in partnership with that.
Okay, so that's not what the report recommends.
No, right now it's for information, but
Yes.
if you want to give us direction, then
Okay, that's fine,
the
yeah.
direction.
So if we were to wish to have you bring, to further explore this issue, I'm not sure how the motion might look, but maybe I'll write something up while I'm waiting for others, okay? Yeah, I'll try.
Thank you. Other questions of staff? Nope. Okay. Speakers? Councillor McConnell?
So I'm sorry, Carol. So basically, what I'd ask is that staff do further explore the possibility of a Toronto domain, is that what we would call it? And report back on both the costing and the value. I was just waiting for Carol if she's, sorry, okay. Were you okay with that? And then you can put it in clerk language if you'd like. In clerk speak, is that right, Madam Speaker? Madam Clerk, sorry, I demoted you. So if I could, this was something that FCM's Ontario Caucus had a whole presentation on, and I know that it was led by Ottawa, who chairs the caucus. I'm the vice chair of the caucus, and there was a lot of interest. And then I see that TO has already been taken by Tonga, the Kingdom of Tonga, but it is really a direction that brings together, I think, a feeling of everybody being on the same team, and it has potential for us to really solidify the importance of our city with its businesses. The other thing is that it could be, and it might be, a revenue generator. I don't think that that's huge amounts. I think that the benefit of it is not the revenue that might come in, but that feeling that I'm talking about of reputation and solidifying the sort of the Toronto experience. I think that other cities have been looking at this, and I know that there was a great deal of interest by some of the other caucuses in FCM to look at this general direction. I know that where it has occurred, it has been quite successful, and I know almost nothing after that, but I was very interested to see how we might further this as an economic tool, perhaps not a revenue tool, but a tool that would bring prominence to Toronto. Often when I talk to people from the United States and even people in Canada, they just have no idea how big this city is. They have no idea. So, you know, they'll say something like, oh, yeah, like Chicago, or they'll say Boston, as we heard this morning. All of these are much smaller cities than ours, and yet people don't have that sense of size. I think we do on council, because quite often we find that we're, you know, sort of worlds apart, if I could put it that way, when it comes to our different experiences, some who never been north of Bloor and others who think that somehow the devil is incarnate down in the downtown. You know, but a part of that is actually the size that we are, but it's also that we don't have very many mechanisms of bringing ourselves together as a strong force. I think the Pan Am Games did that. I think probably the NBA did that last week. You know, that sense of we're all in this together. But I think that this is a sort of it's a piece that that can be used. As but I'm at a place in which I want to know more about it, what the pieces of it are, and what the downsides and the upsides are, just so we can move forward to see. Thank you.
I'm sorry, just on a point of order, Councillor McConnell's staff have asked if we can include in your motion the cost as well as business approach, because there's different business approaches we can take to it. Okay. Councillor Davis, you want to speak?
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to see another report, and I understand now the amendment, because the business approach could be a privatized, commercialized one that has advertising all over it. I want to make it, if I could, make it really clear, I don't want to support anything that has an approach that has advertising as the basis of financing our website for the City of Toronto. So I don't know if I need a motion to do that, unless I can have questions of staff opened again about what that amendment means, then I may withdraw my support. So I guess I'd like to ask if I could ask questions of staff again. Okay, so is the intent of Mr. Williams of the different business models, your intent is to look at a model similar to New York, where a private company does it and a portion of the revenues from sales of the website come to the city? Is that what you would consider putting in your report based on that amendment?
The amendment was structured to see if somebody would share the risk with us. It was not structured to see if there could be advertising. I'm happy with a suggestion that there be no advertising.
Okay, thank you. Then I won't support the amendment. No, I won't. Because that business model of putting advertising on our city website.
No, I said no advertising. I said no advertising. I said just split the risk on the amount of volume of people registering a .Toronto. So that's where the potential profit would be. So to spread our financial risk, but the reward is the number of people that pick a .Toronto domain and then something underneath that.
Okay, I misheard you then.
Sorry. If you want to put a no advertising motion, that's fine. I mean, it's from my point of view.
If I don't need to put a no advertising model in the motion because you won't include it, then I won't move it.
Well, you may need to do it in case other people want it, but I'm happy to say no, because I agree with you that in a city...
You agree with me?
In a city website...
Yes.
...driven domain, we should not have advertising.
Thank you very much.
But
okay.
the no advertising does create complexity with other people who want to use .Toronto domains. So turn it to Rob Meikle to comment as well.
Then maybe I need to amend it with a no, the trouble is, then where does this go? This is a report request.
Website and domain name. Yeah, so, yeah, through the chair, I want to bring a point of clarification. When we're talking about domain names, that doesn't necessarily equate to being websites. Domain name gives companies the ability to create, as it says, a domain name with the tag, let's say, .Toronto, and then they can use it accordingly. A website owned and operated by the city is different than someone purchasing the rights to use a .Toronto domain name. We're talking about the business model around acquiring, the pricing, and the utilization of a city-owned or managed domain name such as .Toronto. So I want to make sure we're mixing up we're bringing two elements together that are actually separate.
Maybe if I can just clarify. So if we had a website with a .Toronto, what Mike is saying, and what I'm hearing what the councilor is saying, we wouldn't necessarily advertise on that. But somebody could purchase the domain .Toronto, company ABC, purchase it, and then on their website, company ABC.Toronto, they would advertise on their website.
Correct.
That's just, we want to clarify.
Well, .ca.
Please display policy. Mr. Glavich. We're going by the deputation list. Mr. Glavich, number 17, corporate facilities display policy. Yeah. Next one is, okay. So Mr. Glavich has removed his name from number 17. Does anybody have any questions of staff on 17? Sorry? Councillor Davis, questions of staff?
So this policy is intended as well to apply to windows at City Hall and windows in our civic centers?
Through the chair, that's correct.
And so this new policy would say, once again, you can't put stuff in your windows?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Is it got an enforcement policy?
It has to be complied with, and there's proper processes if it's not.
I note, so I agree that we ought to have some kind of display policy. Has there not been one now, or is this amending these?
There was one pre-amalgamation, and this one is more, I would say, more cohesive, and it's more standardized across all corporate buildings. And it also takes into consideration some of the corporate policies like human rights, accommodation, identity that have come in after some of the pre-amalgamation stuff. So this actually is more holistic and aligns to those corporate policies.
Okay. So I know, for instance, just last week at the Occupational Health and Safety Coordinating Committee, there was discussion about putting up flyers around violence in the workplace, and there was something else, and someone said, oh, we can put up the policies, you know, tape them up wherever we want, kind of thing. So if there are not facilities for putting notices, formal notices, I know occupational health and safety in particular, we need notice boards, but are we going to be able to provide facilities for notices to go up?
So that's actually a great question. So through the chair, what we are doing actually with the buildings right now, in particular, let's use City Hall, we're actually within the elevator lobby areas, we're actually putting some cork boards there where we'll put these types of memos and policies up there so people will be able to see them within the building. So we are trying to standardize that approach.
And I noticed at the East York Civic Center, we have had sort of practices, but around hanging art, and we've had the ability to have local high school come and do displays, and it's been a good way to, provide a space for having community groups display important things and sharing them with the community, because it's civic space. How are we going to be able to continue those practices?
Through the chair,
Or will we?
there is an application process for folks that would like to do that, so that would continue, and they would go through the proper process. We wouldn't stop that, but, the areas that we're looking at is obviously the main entrance, the foyer areas. Let's use that particular civic center, so they do have the right to apply for it. No different than what they do today, but it's more consistent across the organization. It's going to be more of a practice than I think what we've had. So they'll be able to do it.
So there'll be an application process.
That's here on page 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, and the criteria and facilities management will determine whether or not it's appropriate?
That's right. They go through the process. Facilities management will look at the criteria, obviously, make sure the criteria is being met and compliance is being met.
And the criteria is, this criteria is simply nonpartisan, doesn't, okay, you know what, it's fine.
Well, it's on page 3, sorry, of the policy itself, and it talks about the public use of display area in that section just below. It talks about the goals, the timelines, the display area, the services required, so it goes through that. So that would be part of the application process.
Right, but in terms of criteria, there isn't anything there other than it cannot be contrary to city. It can't be commercial activities.
Right.
Must be informative and/or increase awareness about the city, its services and programs, or align with city initiatives. So that's pretty broad. Or if it's informative, is an art display informative or increase the awareness about the city, its services and programs?
I think what we tried to do this was to give us, the ability to, it's definitely a bit more broader, but it allows us to have the conversation that you just, with the applicant as they're coming through.
Actually, it's not broad, it's narrow.
Sorry, last question, Councillor.
So would an art display fit the criteria of displays must be informative and/or increase awareness about the city?
The art display would be part of it, but it talks about what displays are, that would be part of it.
Okay.
Okay. Other questions of staff? Councillor McConnell, do you have anything? Councillor Nunziata? No? Okay. Speakers, Councillor Davis, you hold the item.
Oh, now we're going back to yours.
Councillor Davis?
I just hope that it doesn't, I agree that we need some standard approach to posting of information. Sometimes things are taped on walls and windows and doors and notices of this, that, and the other. But there has to be some space for those notices, or otherwise the practice is just going to continue. That's one thing. And secondly, interpreting that one key criteria, I think, is going to have to be interpreted broadly so that we can continue to have use of our civic space for community use. Thank you. Sure, I will move the recommendation.
Okay. Other speakers? Seeing none, all in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, carried. Our next item is GM 10.22, media scrums at city council meetings. We have one deputant, Mr. Miroslav Glavich.
What happened to the purchasing item that I held?
Take care of the deputants first.
Ah.
Can I start?
Whenever you're ready.
A lot of the noise that happens at city council is from certain members of council and not the actual media. If you upset Councilor Davis, she'll really tell you her peace of mind or whatever it's called. An alternative that you guys can do, because the media, I work for a media company, I edit videos for a living. They have to be near where all the action is. Not one of the best option would be, what's it called, that lounge in the back, you know, on the third level, members lounge or whatever. And that's going to quiet, but you can't ask the media to go all the way to another floor or something and then come back up when something happens or a protest happens or a demonstration happens. The members' lounges, I know you have those nice expensive chairs that are not as comfortable as like the ones I'm sitting on. Members' lounge is the best option, you know.
Thank you. Any questions of the deputant? No. Questions of staff? Councilor Nunziata?
Yes, if I can ask the clerk to comment on, can you just give us a history and if there's been any discussion in the past on options on the media scrums?
Yes, absolutely. In the last term, you'll recall, Madam Speaker, that corporate communications and ourselves, with your help, looked at 3 conceivable options. And we were asked at that point to discuss these with the media to determine what was feasible. 3 things we looked at. One was to move the scrums out of the council chamber. The media gallery is absolutely opposed to that. And members of council also are not going to be able to keep an eye on the meeting if they're asked to go elsewhere. The second thing we looked at was to actually take over part of the members' lounge. And all of this discussion, I should say, is really dealing with the privilege of council. It is not simply a matter of the use of space. The media issue is quite a complicated one, and especially the relationship with the public and council. So the media had suggested part of the members' lounge. That too is a privilege of the entire council. And again, that was not feasible because of the noise level that would also arise from the media in the members' lounge. So really, there is no option that's viable. So it remains for the speaker and for council to be aware of the rules regarding noise in the chamber, and it is up to the speaker to enforce those. It really is an issue that's been looked at. There is no reasonable solution, and it has to be, in any event, acceptable to members of council.
Thank you.
Other questions of staff? No? Okay. So, Ms. Wacha, so I'm just trying to understand, using the members' lounge, for example, as an option for media scrums, and I think you said it was too loud if we did that, but I've never witnessed one back there or seen one.
The issue is that that space is not enclosed. It is not separate. It flows right into the chamber, so that that floating wall behind the speaker's desk is actually wide open. So conversations can, and at times the speaker has asked that the noise from upstairs be stopped. So it is simply not a reasonable option without a whole pile of expense. I forgot to mention the other option, which was actually to put up a glass wall to separate that upper area from council chambers, which has, of course, a cost factor and the heritage issue attached to it as well.
Okay, thank you.
I'll speak? Okay.
Yep.
I recall the glass wall debate, and it had to do with security, and we said no. But is there a way of, at the top where the media gallery is now, putting some sound and baffling and/or controls up there to have that still as an option, but prevent the sound from traveling down?
Through the chair, I would comment that we would look at that. I think we actually have looked at that in the past, and we'll take it back and come back to committee with that. Okay?
I'll speak.
Okay.
So, with motion on the screen, my motion is City Council requests the City Clerk in consultation with the Speaker to report to City Council through the Executive Committee on various options to address media scrums at City Council meetings. As was mentioned by the Clerk, that we've had numerous meetings on this, where I've expressed concerns on the disruption during council meetings with the media. And as you know, during council meetings, I'm always asking the security to go up and ask the media to leave and members of council. The thing is that it's the members of council, individual councillors that are going up there for interviews during council meetings, and they shouldn't be going up there. And even though I keep asking, and we keep asking over and over again, they continue going up during the council meetings. So, we can meet with the city clerk and myself and the appropriate staff to look at if there are options. But at the end of the day, it's education for members of council that they shouldn't be allowed to go up and be interviewed during council meetings. With the media as well, because we have had dialogue with the media for the past few years. And so that's my motion, and maybe we can bring something forward through the executive committee. And at the next council meetings, maybe with the clerk, that we can address that to members of council, and hopefully they'll listen, because really it's all members of council that are doing the disruption with the media during council meetings.
Questions of the mover? No? Okay, so Councilor Nunzia, I'm just trying to understand the difference between your motion and my motion. The difference between your motion and my motion? Other than reporting to executive?
Because it shouldn't be government management. It shouldn't be at this committee. It should be through the executive committee, and it's council procedure. So that's the reason for my motion.
Well, it's properly before this committee. Yes, it is.
To the chair, if you had spoken to me prior to putting it on the agenda, I would advise you that we have had dialogue on this particular issue, and that the clerk and I have been working on this for quite a while.
Right, and I get counselors on a regular basis that come to me and ask me to do something because nothing gets done. So that's why this motion's here.
You can direct the counselors to come to me.
I am. Okay. Other speakers?
Well, the chair's motion says the Director of Strategic Communications. Maybe you say in consultation with maybe there could be a happy medium here, that in consultation with the Speaker and the Director of Strategic Communications.
Well, my motion includes them.
Well, they don't report to the clerk.
It includes strategic communications. We've had this before, right? That was when the question was asked?
It asked the city clerk in consultation with the Speaker. So you could say, request the city clerk in consultation with the Director of Strategic Communications and the speaker.
You can include them in it that you want. I mean, that's who we've had meetings with in the past. As you know, it's not easy when members of council don't listen and, and they continue to go up there and disrupt council.
And then the question is, which committee?
Executive.
We'll just punt it back here.
Well, could we have are you going to rule on which jurisdiction it belongs?
Well, yeah, government management.
Maybe the clerk would like to comment.
The reason that I'm suggesting it go to exec is if we need to explore procedure bylaw options as well, that is, again, it deals with council. Executive committee has that authority to deal with council policies that deal with that body, and then it goes to council from there. So that's why I'm suggesting it belongs before exec.
Okay, fine.
Inserts, can I amend Councillor Nunziata's amendment? Oh, no, hers is not an amendment.
Here's a motion.
She has a motion. Okay, I'll amend in consultation with the Director of Strategic Communications and the speaker.
Okay.
That's a friendly amendment.
Okay.
And maybe one of the options could be every time seems to be a need for a press scrum, that there be a break for the speaker. Procedural motion. A 10-minute break.
Every time I ask for a recess, everyone yells and says, no, no.
Break.
Okay, we're good?
It's media scrum time.
But there are some councils that go up there all the time.
All in favor of the amended motion? Item is amended? Carried. Okay, and then we're, number 23, Microsoft Windows 10 on City of Toronto devices. Mr. Glavich, you're up again.
One of the reasons, needs to be bigger. One of the reasons you update your software as much as possible is because the longer it's being out there, the longer hackers have to work with it. Somewhere here it says that the City of Toronto downgrades, where is it? Somewhere here. Downgrade to Windows 8 or something like that. That's the most horrible thing anybody could ever say. You don't downgrade. Windows 8, everything from Windows 95 to Windows, except XP, to Windows 8 are the most horrible piece of technological crap. I don't know a nicer way to say it. I apologize for it. XP was the most stable. 10 is the most stable. You do not downgrade any computers. The City of Toronto staff, they seem intelligent, they know how to operate a computer, especially that one with the coffee. It takes about 4 hours if you want to learn Windows 10 in average when you go. And I'm sure the city clerk knows how to operate Windows 10. She's been around for a long time, and when you do the thing. Every single piece of electronic equipment, laptop, computer, everything, including what the city clerk has in there, should be upgraded to the latest. Yes, I know it costs money. Normally I would say no. But from a security sense, you should be. And 8.1 had a few security issues. That's why Windows 10 is free. You should be updating it now in the next few months. Eventually, Microsoft, the giant Microsoft that's taking all over our lives is going to be expensive, and it's going to be a few $100s. I'm sure the city has a bulk purchasing discount, but that's still going to cost. Why not do it free while it's right now? Councillor Ainsley's laptop, I don't know if you have it, you can update right now. It's the best. I know some of you councillors don't like technology. It's like a big month. It's awesome. It's a bit, you know, I'm a technological geek, so I may be biased, but it's the easiest, it's the best thing, you know? When Windows 11 comes, you know, and Windows 10 finally got rid of Internet Explorer. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Glovich. Questions of the deputant? Seeing none. Questions of staff? Councillor Davis, questions of staff?
Why do we not have our computers upgraded to Windows 10?
I'll take that through the chair. Councillor, the way our environment is set up at the City of Toronto is our operating system doesn't operate independently of our other technology platforms. So we have approximately 850 corporate applications that reside and work with that Windows operating system. When we do an upgrade, we have to make sure that all those applications continue to work. Otherwise, it would create a broader issue. So what we are doing is we are actually in beta testing right now and expect the beta testing to be completed by the end of February. And then we will commence our rollout approximately in April. Due to the number of devices, we scale our rollout. We don't try to do it all in one day or in 1 week. And so we will scale our deployment starting from April, and it will roll into 2017.
And we will have a training process?
Yes, we, again, through the chair, yes, we always make available training for those depending on your level of familiarity with the new operating system. Some may gain that experience through their home PCs, but we always make training available so that our staff and users can take advantage of the added functionality or any change in features so that they can maximize their productivity.
Okay, so this is being done. The testing is being done now. You're hoping to have it implemented in April.
Again, through the chair, just for clarity,
Phased in.
start the deployment in April, yes.
How long will the deployment take?
The deployment will span, it'll take us into, I'd say about 6 to 8 months.
It can't be expedited any quicker than that.
Through the chair, we could. What we try to do is align and synchronize our efforts. An example of that would be if someone is due for a new machine, rather than doing a deployment on a machine that's going to be replaced a couple months later, we try to synchronize and we look for opportunities, really just again to make our deployment more efficient, and to minimize the duplication for us.
So we moved to a refresh model for our computers. I think that was not sort of a big bang annual or every 5 years or whatever we used to do. It's kind of rotating or phased in. Is that right?
That's correct. Through the chair, that's correct. We have let's call it a scaled out refresh process.
So you're going to tailor this with the refresh process?
Through the chair, in some cases, it makes sense to synchronize it with the refresh process. So again, if a user is 3 months out from getting a new PC, let's wait for that 3 months. In some cases, if they're a couple of years out, we will do the deployment now. It doesn't make sense doing that. So there's some other factors. When we complete our integration testing, let's say, for example, of all the 850 corporate applications, let's just say maybe 2 had some issues that we're still trying to resolve. If a user is using one of those 2 critical applications, we would suggest, hey, don't do your rollout now. Let's wait till we resolve whatever the particular issue is and then roll you out accordingly. So it's those kind of factors that we take into consideration.
Okay, great, thank you.
Other questions of staff? So Mr. Meikle, I just wanted to ask, so currently, if a city employee buys a new laptop and it has Windows 10 on it, it'll be downgraded to Windows 8.1, and then as we roll this out, it'll be upgraded back to Windows 10?
Addressing you, the chair. That is correct. When we say downgrade, I just want to be clear here, though. We have equipment and software providers. They send that to us. We make sure that the operating system, again, is compatible with our environment. So that is one of the items that we would do in terms of not only ensuring compatibility, but also security. So it works and we can confirm security compliance in our environment. So yes, that is correct. If it's shipped, manufacturer shipped with Windows 10, we would then bring it back to our standard, which has been tested with integration testing with our applications to ensure, again, security, but also productivity.
Okay. And the rollout that you're talking about that's starting in April, so that's citywide, and then there's a clerk's IT department as well that looks after myself and my colleagues and our staff. So it'll all be rolled out.
We work through, again, addressing you, Chair, we work collaboratively. So we make sure, again, I just want to go back to the integration testing. So we work with various, from a corporate IT community. We want to make sure that all the important or critical applications are working. If it meets all of the compliance, let's say, or testing, then yes, we would work on a deployment schedule that makes sense for council and council offices.
Okay, all right, thank you.
You're welcome. So when is, sorry?
I would
when
just
is-
like this in writing.
When is for council? I don't, through the chair, I'm not, I would have to go back and see the specific, how we're doing on the critical applications beta testing.
Well, I'm fine. And so what I've asked for in the recommendations, what Mr. Meikle just said verbally is I would like in writing. Because one of the problems that I have as Chair of Government Management Committee is I regularly have people come to me and saying, when are we rolling out Windows 10? What's taking so long? What's going on? I would rather have it in writing so people can see it and have their answer in writing. Okay. Unless Mr. Meikle would like to do a briefing note, and that doesn't have to come to the committee, it's something that can go out to staff.
Through the chair, that would be my preference.
Okay. Is that fine?
Yep.
Okay. So then I'll just receive this for information?
Okay.
And you'll send out the necessary briefing note, or?
Yes, I will.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm moving this, receiving this for information. All in favor? Carried. Okay, I think we're done with all the deputations. We go back to GM 10.7?
Yes.
Sure, we can. I held number 7. Okay, so we're going to have a 5-minute recess. Is that good, ladies?
How many more items do we have left? I gotta go, like, yeah. One, two, three items left. Which one is this one? Who got that one? Janet's or David's? Oh, yeah, you did. You gave it to us.
One item, oh, two items.
So, Francis mentioned to you that I missed that.
Oh, yes, we have to reopen Janet's mine.
Yeah.
Sorry, can I have the members of the Government Management Committee back in Committee Room 1, please? Four. I'm calling the motion back, or sorry, the meeting back into order. We're going to do with the paperwork first. So ladies, sorry, councillors, we have 2 items that we have to reopen. You're welcome, Councillor Davis. We have 2 items that we have to reopen because there were some clerical issues. The first one was Councillor Davis's.
It's not exactly clerical, but it's technical, I suppose.
Technically clerical.
So it's a motion, first we need a motion to reconsider GM 10.13.
Yes, so all in favor? Councillor Davis?
So I'll move the amendment that City Council direct the Director of Real Estate Services to apply for a city-initiated official plan amendment at no cost to the below-market rent tenant, the Children's Peace Theatre. And I want to speak to it if I could. I would like to make sure that the official plan amendment, now that Real Estate Services is the applicant, that we look at what are the minimal requirements for an official plan amendment, what the process is, because planning has a different view about what a minimum requirement statutory meeting is. And so I hope that we could sort out the process.
Okay.
Thank you.
All in favor? Carried. And then I need my motion to take note and file indefinitely. Sorry, defer indefinitely. All in favor? Carried. Item is amended. All in favor? Carried. And then we're back to GM 10.7, request to amend a purchase order with Kaleen Limited for the cross-application timesheet system and the time attendance and scheduling system. Yes. And I had my questions answered. I wasn't happy with the answer. But I'll move the recommendations. I'm moving the recommendations that we add $1 million to the purchase order, even though I don't agree with it. No, I'm not happy. Does anybody have any questions of staff? Seeing none. Speakers? And I'll move the recommendations. All in favor? I'm good with that too. That works for me. We can all vote against it. I'm okay with that too. Actually, I'm going to vote against it. I'm voting against it. Loses on a tie. I'm chairing. All in favor? All in favor? Opposed? Sorry, which way did you vote, Councillor Nunziata?
She's in favor. The speaker. I don't want to vote for it.
Well, don't be browbeat by your colleagues.
No, I know, but if you don't vote, then it's going to do something. And it's a problem. Then we have. What's the problem?
Project will be delayed.
Huh?
Project will be delayed.
Project will be delayed? Yeah, it's really so. I get that it's a drag. Because I could say this is a drag motion, but it still has to be done. Okay. There we are.
Okay, that passes.
Thank you, guys.
Sorry, 10 point, where'd my sheet go? We're on 10.11, extending authority for preparation of goods and/or service contracts by the Chief Corporate Officer Organization. Held by Councillor Davis.
So I Having been here after the Bellamy Commission and all of the recommendations on amendments to procurement and the many subsequent reports on procurement, is this a change in process that would be still consistent with, whether it's not the letter of, but the intent of providing the right amount of oversight on contracts?
Through the chair, I would actually say that it does provide the right oversight, because a lot of the work that gets done to the standard contract is prepared by legal. They manage it, it's their template, it's their process, and we actually execute it.
Okay, so it sounds to me, tell me if I'm wrong, that what's going to happen is the standard forms are template, and they would normally both develop it and execute it, but now you're going to be doing both.
No, they will develop the standard form. We will execute based on the contractual commitments that we have. We just execute it. We
Based
do not
on-
develop it. We do not develop the form or the standard contract. They do. Legal.
And the more complex ones will remain with
That is
with
correct.
legal.
That is correct.
So right away, I'm thinking, okay, this is now an additional function. You're going to have to train people. They're going to take on more responsibility. How are you going to accommodate that within your current staffing, and will jobs have to be reevaluated to take on this additional responsibility?
So through the chair, back in 2014, we had brought a similar request and approved by council, GMC and council. It was regarding the standard approved to form contract for tenders. This is just an extension for RFPs, for also for RFQs. So we're continuing down that path. From an employee perspective, we actually have employees that do that within our team right now for the tenders, the one that we're doing right now. In actual fact, what we're going to be doing is we're going to reduce the time it takes to go back and forth between the teams, and it could be between 4 to 7 weeks depending on some of the tenders that we have and some of that we've worked on. We've seen a mass improvement in just execution.
I understand it'll make it more efficient. I just want to make sure the accountabilities are there.
The accountabilities are there.
And the people who are now taking on this function, that there's got to be then additional workload, no?
So we do have people
Shifting workload from legal to your department, no?
We have individuals today that execute that do the execution on the tender ones that we've actually moved forward. We have reviewed our organization. We've just done a restructure recently, and we are able to manage this. We also have legal who will be performing training with us too, continuous training, and they actually do sample auditing of what we do too. So that's a good news story. We continue to just do better in how we manage these. So I think it's actually very positive.
So the answer is
We're good.
no, there's no additional
We're not
workload
asking,
coming
we're
to
not
your
asking
staff.
legal to give us any additional funds. We will manage it because the benefit of this is substantial for us from an execution perspective. We don't need more staff, if that's what you're asking me.
I'm just asking, is there more workload? Or are you eliminating work?
I think we're eliminating work because we're going back and forth between the groups at times.
Okay.
That's a good thing.
I think it's a good thing if it's additional responsibilities.
It's a good news story.
Other questions of staff? Other questions of staff? Speakers? Councillor Davis, you held this item? Councillor Davis?
To move a motion, which I found was, the clerk said was out of order, and it has to do with the authorities for spending under, what is it, Chapter 73, 71, and the procurement, the purchasing bylaw 195, were intended for review at least 2 years ago, and I was going to move a motion requesting that that review take place, and apparently that has to go to the executive committee, so I will take it there. Thank you.
Okay. Other speakers? Sorry, Councillor Davis, did you move the recommendations? No? Do you want them? Councillor Nunziata is moving the recommendations. Okay. All in favor of the recommendations? Opposed? Carried. And our last item is number 24, which Councillor Nunziata held. Microsoft software licensing and restrictions.
The only reason I held it down because there seemed to be so much confusion when we went through the agenda, so,
I can explain it.
huh?
I can explain it if you like.
I'm sure you can.
Okay.
You travel a lot, don't you?
I get around.
You're asking all these reports. You must, on weekends, you must take trips, day
No.
trips, and, no?
No,
Okay,
internet. I have a very active office.
explain it.
Sure.
Yeah, so do I. I have a very active office. I work a lot with my constituents.
Oh, I don't need to physically take the chair.
Sorry, let me figure. There we go. Okay, so the reason I brought this before the committee, and I'm using the overhead as an example. So this is a screenshot, a copied screenshot done by my executive assistant when he tried to email a confidential attachment to me. What happens, if you look up here, is the clerk's IT department has this enabled or disabled depending on your perspective. So if any of your staff want to send you a confidential attachment, we all get our purple papers with a watermark. For my example, Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Davis, Councillor Nunziata, Councillor McConnell. Comes to you by email. If they want, my staff or any of your staff want to forward that confidential attachment to you by email, this feature is enabled, which will not allow them to forward the email. So then what happened was my staff decided to photocopy the same confidential document on a city photocopier and send it to me as a PDF. What we were told is that's not allowed either, because the scanning mechanism and the photocopies at City Hall not only scan the document, they create a record of that scanned document. So people with access to that record have the ability to look at documents that your staff scanned into a photocopier and can possibly print them off. So City Clerks doesn't allow that either. So what I'm trying to understand, A, is why this feature is disabled and what other features are disabled or enabled by the clerk's department or our IT department on our computers as well. So what happens from this, if we have a 2-page confidential document, for example, I'm in the east end of Scarborough. So the only way for my staff to get that 2-page document to me in the 21st century is either drive it or somehow get it to me in the east end of Scarborough, or I come down here and get that 2-page document. There's no other mechanism to deal with that. So what I'm asking for is basically a report on the list of features currently restricted to our city division of Microsoft Outlook and other software purchased where the license enable has not been purchased together with licenses.
Okay, we will vary the order because I believe you were speaking to your item.
Yes.
And Councillor Nunziata would like questions of staff.
Yeah. Okay, who do I ask? Oh, okay, so just for clarification, so the reason you're restricted, is it not, am I correct to say, because there's confidentiality, and when it comes to confidentiality on any report that's given to members of council, that it can't be sent outside because there's opportunities for people to print and make copies of a confidential report. Is that the reason?
Through the chair, yes, you're correct.
So that's the reason for restriction, is because it's not to leave, even when you're at council and you have a confidential report, it's got your name on it and you can't send it. So that's the reason, correct? So what the chair is asking for, can you comment on that?
again, through the chair. In this
Well, I'm talking about, yeah.
In this particular issue, for this particular issue, I've just really come to know more of the specifics about this one today. So in all fairness, to provide you a more comprehensive and holistic answer, I would need to take this back. I will comment and say this. This is a combination of technology, but also policy on how we manage data and secure confidential documents and privacy, freedom of information, et cetera. So what we have is, from a technology capability, also needing to come into alignment with our other policies around data. This particular issue, obviously there is I would call it a collision in terms of workflow. What the chair has described as his issue, I think is a fair issue, and probably, ideally there'd be a better way of resolving it, but we would need to look into this a little bit further to see what other options perhaps might exist.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions of staff? Councillor McConnell?
So this is particular to this particular office. Do we have any other transfer through the email system or whatever of any other legal documents or restricted documents? Like, how does legal manage this? Do they send off drafts to each other, or how do they do that?
I'm frankly not familiar with this problem.
Okay, so...
We mark things confidential.
Yes, you mark things confidential and then you send them, is that right? Yeah. So we are already actually sending confidential items between people who are allowed to have to be part of the umbrella of confidence, is that right?
This would be within the city, between solicitor and client, yes.
Yes. So it may be that we can figure out a resolution for this.
Okay, I have a question of the mover. So this is, I think Mr. Meikle pointed to my issue. This is about looking at the technical capabilities, but it doesn't say also to look at our security, our process and policy, our policy and procedures around maintaining confidentiality. So really, I see you've got the clerk in here, but is it your intention that she should comment as well in terms of maintaining confidentiality around council documents?
Yep, I did say the city clerk and the chief information officer. I guess in terms of the security aspect of it, all of the confidential documents that come into our office now, at one time, I know the city clerk's office had a secret code on them. And so, if they showed up in the press gallery downstairs, they knew where they came from. But now every confidential document, every purple page has a watermark on it. So it says Councillor Paul Ainsley. So, some people have expressed to me, well, if you email the document off to the wrong person, well, my staff are only sending it to my account. So there's, from a security perspective, I'm not as much worried about that as I am when I discovered that our photocopiers have a scanning mechanism that even when I take that document physically out of the photocopier, that there's still a scanned copy of it floating out there in Netherland.
Why would you be making photocopies?
Sorry, I think I explained to you earlier, when my staff first tried to email me confidential documents and this mechanism popped up, and for example, the example I used, a 2-page confidential document, they would either have to drive it to me an hour and a half out to the east end of Scarborough, or I would come down here and get it. And so if you can't use this mechanism to email it to me, they tried photocopying the PDF or the purple paper and emailing it to me as an attachment. They have to photocopy it first. The photocopy scan ends up in the photocopier, and there's no way for you as a user when you scan it to make sure that that scan is not recorded somewhere. So security-wise,
were to add one
security-wise
more-
for me, I'm happier if my staff can send a secured document to me as a PDF over email. I feel much more confident in that than them taking public transit and possibly losing the document on the way there, or getting into a car accident and the document ending up who knows where.
Okay, it's just that the way this is structured, your motion, it's really about the list of features currently restricted for use of our city divisions in Microsoft Outlook and umbrella programs, and 2, software. It doesn't say, and any, would you be amenable to a third, and any other issues related to maintaining the confidentiality of council documents?
Yep, I'm fine with that.
Okay, just so it's broader, because it looks like you're only looking at some kind of technical questions, but I would certainly like the clerk to weigh in on how to maintain the confidentiality.
Yep, I'm fine with that.
Documents. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we have my motion with a friendly amendment from Councillor Davis. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item is amended. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Motion to adjourn? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.